I'm on a patrol. If I watched only the beach, I would miss the tourists arriving somewhere else, no?
Is this usually one of the Lord's duties, too?
Great! So how has your time at Mount Salvation been? Let me hear about it. Let's get a record of this. Give me all the details. And recorded.
I must be out of practice. I can't even squash these two pathetic bugs. I will crush you into dust.
Doesn't look good.
Smart move.
Time to get serious. Damn.
You guys need to take a break?
I can handle this.
I must be out of practice. I can't even squash these two pathetic bugs. I will crush you into dust.
It's not over yet. Let's try this.
Smart move. Let's get serious. Time to flex my muscles! Going down!
Come on, Arena.
Smart move. Serious. Can't hold on much longer.
Let's try this. Right now!
Behold my great power! Right here, right now! Ha! Now it's my turn!
Let's go all out.
Golden Lion, have you come back to your senses?
Arena, is that you? And who is this human?
It's a long story. The short version is, I was imprisoned by High Castle for years, until I met Kaiser here, who helped me escape.
What? Why?
You were being used as a vessel for Ahriman's power. I believe he has returned and is once again trying to dominate this world. He controlled your mind using corrupted Voidrak's energy.
Ahriman? That's impossible. We defeated and imprisoned him long ago, and how could he control me?
It seems we didn't do enough, and over many centuries his powers have started to return. We still have time. He is still weak, but we need to move quickly.
I don't understand. Corrupted Voidrak's energy. Please, Arena, explain everything to me.
We can talk about this later, Golden Lion, but right now we don't have the time. Is Celeria at the mountaintop?
Of course, we can talk later. Please go to meet with Her Majesty.
Do you really think Celeria may be able to help us find the human soul stolen by the Voidraks?
The Voidraks? What? Arena, what has happened to the world?
A large number of Voidraks have appeared, and the Voidrak's energy within Mount Salvation has become corrupted. That's why you were behaving so out of character.
And yet, I don't recall. anything. I will report to Her Majesty, too.
No need.
In 1,000 years, and you are still as unpleasant to talk to as ever.
Oh, sounds like you missed me.
You should go immediately. You still have quite a journey ahead of you to reach Solari.
Ah, this portal is still here.
A portal?
Use it and you'll understand.
You must have cherished this letter.
It's been over 1,000 years now. Ah, you have all the luck. Just touch that blue crystal orb, and, well, it's quite a unique experience.
human fused with a Voidrax. How novel! You will be a great addition to my artwork collection.
Arena.
I have Silent Hill F pre-ordered. Not on PlayStation this time. Decided to get it on Xbox because it comes with comes with two games, pretty much. Comes with the Xbox version and the Windows PC version. That's why. And October is such a jam-packed month that I don't think it's wise for me to be buying doubles of games right now, like I was in the beginning of this year. I bought, well, fucking like Mind's Eye twice, and overall, I didn't think Mind's Eye was as bad as people said it was. It certainly had more potential than what the developers put into it. Those bugs, a lot of those bugs you see are avoidable. It's just like fucking a mic. I don't know, it's weird, but talking to a controller, but it still fucking weirds me out a little bit. But anyway, I did not finish Mind's Eye on Xbox, but I did finish it on PlayStation. Same thing. There's a handful of games that I bought doubles of. And the game of the year, I really, wanted to go all out on that, but I didn't for some reason, not yet at least. Even though I am still trusting my vision and the way I read into things and receive things that, that it's not just a good game, but it's and a good story, but a good thing for the industry is the reason why I still believe Expedition 33 is going to win Game of the Year. I'm not saying like other games are not contenders, because there's definitely contenders, but I think that one is the one that does deserve it a little bit more than the rest. I haven't even played Silent Hill F. And I think Silent Hill F is going to be great. I think it'll be probably like the demo, but with more combat. Then what the fuck else did I get? Other shit. I don't. Digimon. It's like $100 and something for the whole game. So I'm like torn on that. I actually think the gameplay looks all right in Digimon, and but man, I don't like that price. I'll be honest, like that's crazy. So I don't know about that. I probably will get it eventually, but I don't know if I'm going to get that at launch. I am getting Vampire Masquerade. I don't know if it's going to be as good as I'm actually kind of do feel like it's not going to be as good as what I am thinking it's going to be, but I still think it's going to be a cool experience, for someone who never played Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, the first one, but has watched it and I have always been interested in playing it, but I just never have played it, never got around to playing it. And I will be getting Bloodlines 2 Collector's Addiction. Collector's Addiction. Yes, it is a fucking addiction, isn't it? It's almost like more of a fuck no, you gotta tell yourself at times, because it's like you're gonna be helping out more people than you're helping out yourself. Which I have a clear record of doing. If anyone goes through any of my stuff, I don't even post my own videos anymore, or barely if I do. And I was just because I'll end up burying them anyway. by sharing other people's stuff. Just feel like obligated to talk into a fucking controller now. It's like fucking, I don't think I like it. That's what I'm saying. I don't think I like this part. It feels a little too forced what I'm doing right now. So it's like, for this part. So I'm gonna shut the fuck up. And I think it's better just to see if you like what I'm sharing or not. And I'll get my face out of here as well. And just play this for as long as they let me on YouTube before they sever the connection. Like, I don't know, rogue Earth spiraling out of orbit and the sun saying, nope, you're not a part of this system, fuck off. I don't know, it's very godlike, ain't it? It is like, and plus with so many people trying to be God, but in the end, so there's that. So those who have gained power from it and temporarily power from it, but memorialized, it's all supernatural. That much is clear. It's all supernatural. The real world is, we have a world in a solar system, in a galaxy, in a universe. That doesn't feel natural. That feels like not paranormal, but paranormal I feel like is a different thing than supernatural. I feel like paranormal is the process of particles, usually with subatomic essence, more than that is influencing atomic essence in like portals and souls and stuff like that. But there's a lot that can be out of a lot of bad things and horrible things that have happened recently. There still can come a way to getting closer to a kind of utopia in the future, but I'm not promising that, but I am promising, because that seems like a very difficult thing to accomplish, but I think that you can get close to it and probably get set back, try to avoid the setbacks. But yeah, I think things can get in the way at times, but I think like moving forward and not letting evil win. I think that if you're not careful, mercy and gifting the will of God, the decision of the fate of evil, I've been thinking about this as well, might not, I feel like shouldn't be ideal, because then evil could potentially manipulate and harness the religions for everything but what they're not, for evil. So I think someone has to do the sins for the better of others. I can't see any other way unless you're investing in the sinners. And by sinners, I don't mean like the lesser, those who, have sinned, like, I'm talking like the worst of the worst, which is, I would say murder, intentional first degree murder is uh, is probably second, because I do think that is really evil and really bad, but I do think and do believe in manipulation. If you do things you don't know that go on behind the scenes that could be inside somebody's head, but you have to be careful about that, because it's like, Harry Potter, it's like fucking, how do you sort out the liars, the Imperius curse. So you gotta really know, not just gamble. I feel like you have to know. And I think there's clear signs. No one just gets up and does evil, without some kind of, clock inside them that rises them to do it. So it's, which is avoidable though, but it's, somehow it's not, for, I don't know, where people still let demons control them. I think angels a lot of times also are devils. So a lot of angels, but are not the angels that God sent, that are there to help you. So I think if you're not careful, you may get like a Lucifer kind of angel showing up at your fucking door or something with potential evil intentions. And I'm not really sure if any of it is through my experiences, those who seek to possess, to harness from the inside out of a life, is the evilest of evilists that can exist. And I think that format of evil exists not just in living people with demons that are doing this, but I think that there is like real paranormal, real, things that you can, I think when you come across evil, that it's not necessarily about burying it. Like some people first go with fear to bury it. I think at times it's better to show the world and still invest more in the holy essence that resides with the best of souls, both living and non-living, that you could say is more alive than some people at times. But time itself, I think modern always interested me because a present, a gift, the word, and how easily it was misunderstood. And I think like, we have to move forward, not really necessarily forget the past, but not invest in the errors of the past. Acknowledge the errors of the past and invest in the modern, because the future is, made by us, the humans. We humans make the future to begin with. So everything, when I read into things and psychic abilities, come from me allowing the universe in and just reading humans more than, at times, than even the art. The art sometimes can be louder, and I do believe that art is a direct mirror, but sometimes there's a higher influence behind it. The art of everything in existence has some kind of angel or demon, influence behind it in some way, which is the mirror in storytelling. And I think there's a line where you don't. I don't know. There's a part of me that doesn't want to rip the creative expression away. I think art is a fantastic medium for everyone who wants to participate in it should be allowed to. Um, so stuff like that. But like I've been reading into certain stories, and I think some stories that people make in games are easier to follow than others. But then some are, like have more than one thing going on, and then there's I don't know, there's a lot actually. But I think like it's who's the leader of the ship for the story, and then there's those who allow many writers, many stories, and I'm not against either of them. I'm pro both of them, but I think like if you're not careful, that evil can potentially try to, steal people's voices and decide their value. I mean, they could different ways about it on both sides. I mean, that's why I said like, despite that, I think this is all a mirror of people. I don't think it's necessarily their actions. I think, you know, that their actions. I mean, come on, you're making something. You're either making it brain deadly with no investment, with no meaning, and you're just doing it, which then makes it someone else's meaning, and you're just serving someone else's meaning. So, yeah, I mean, one way or another, there's still some influence the ship of the story. How many times people Disney lie? I don't know. The sources lie too. So it's like it's a mix. You don't know what the hell's honest, what's not sometimes. But with some of it, unless you're closer to the source. But like I heard, like the scripts weren't finished, and I think that is possible. And then some people are like, can you make a movie without a script? It could be really bad or really good. I think in a lot of cases, if you took comic books, that you wouldn't really have to make much of a script for people if they are able to get immersed in the actual comic book accurate characters. You just hand them the comic book stories that you're trying to tell, which I'm assuming they're trying to tell a lot of them. But one Soul felt one a bit more. I do feel like that I can sense Avengers Doomsday, the Russo Bros on the Russo Bros sometimes, but that what the idea is to take Doom in a soul-like manner, a multiversal manner, but give the guy soul in all of his formats before he becomes the God Emperor, which I do think it's going to play out more as, the good guy, Doom good guy, thinking and then showing his true colors at the end. So when I see a lot of confliction, I think that's more a motivation of how you go about doing something to achieve it. I think is also part of the moral story, I think, to what they're going to do with the destruction of worlds and merger of worlds as well, and also savior of worlds. I don't think every universe it's an idea to destroy every universe. Sometimes having that pocket universe pull out can save someone's career in the real world, can help people. That, where it's not like a dictatorship under one roof. You have another sandbox. See what I'm saying? I do believe that's more ideal for, as a creator, that's more ideal for creators to have more than one universe where they could choose which one they want to invest more into, or something like that. I don't know. I think a lot of things can become drugs when you dive into them. Art has a way of doing that. I think, you know, I think the I do sense not everything is positive with the Disney under the Disney roof, though. I do have a sense that at least for the next couple of years, you are people aren't going to see like 3 Marvel movies pop out for at least the next couple of years. From Disney at least. And the only reason I like Spider-Man is because it's a Sony partnership that they want to commit to. But I think I wouldn't be surprised if Avengers, if they start making more team-based films and start to graduate away from characters because they feel like they're being more selective. But I think that's weird. And I don't know. I think it's a good thing, but I think when you shut things out from other people that want to do that single character, for example, or selective of characters, I think you should let them and just maybe have one rule, have it in your own. It could be a part of the multiverse, but it has to be in your universe. What you're doing, and if you want it to come over here, Disney probably will allow that because their sandbox is wacky like that, right? So if you want your sandbox to be less wacky or something, I don't know. Like I think of so many stories, and that when they're like, well, we can't come up with a original story. It takes me back to Eric of Blade. They could figure out a Blade movie, and I'm like, how in the hell? Because not that the Blade movies were good for what they were, but there's so much source material that was never used in the movies. So I'm like, it's written for you. If you don't want to be creative, it's written for you in comics. So it's like there's stories out there. Like it don't make any sense when someone comes out and says, well, we can't come up with an original idea for Blade. That they don't want to be too similar to the what you say the original trilogy, which makes sense. You don't want to be identical to that, but you want to do something different. Like for me, I do dig the art style of the medieval setting. It's deviating from a lot of the lore. But integrating Vampire Nation into more a medieval Castlevania vibe. When the devil had a pope, there's a lot going on in medieval times, and I don't think it's hidden. It's medieval times. I think a lot of that stuff that's creeping in the darkness, people that are alive, the humans are aware of it. It's not like living in a different time where it's questionable. I think it's less hidden is what I'm saying in medieval times. Like it's, if people who were obsessed, I heard about the New Orleans, or what I call vampire country. And I think that should wait. I think Vampire Country is, that doesn't feel original, though. A lot of it feels recycled. The ideas, I feel like they're probably pitching for Blade in New Orleans. I can really only see one good movie coming out of that, like, with at least original movie coming out from New Orleans. That's it. Because there's so many better settings for Blade. Like, I think the Blade setting, for example, there's so many teams. That's like, it doesn't need to be necessarily like X-Men. It could be Excalibur, the new X-Force, to make fun of what Deadpool did. And that one's more a multiversal one, the new X-Force. It's supposed to be. There could be X-Factor. There could be a lot of different types of names. And, I think, like, Deadpool and Wolverine's a catchy one, right? I mean, are they going to replicate a name like that again with more characters? And I think, like, sometimes poking fun of Thunderbolt's naming, that's something Deadpool would do. So, I don't know, you'd probably pick a name, and then, I don't know, it'd be like something ridiculous. Instead of being like X-Force, be the new X-Force. Or some shit. Ideas to bring his team actually in, because that's his team in comics. He does have his own team. But in X Factor is a different team, but that's a really cool one as well. Excalibur is a King Arthur mutants vibe team. It takes the King Arthurian lore and puts it with mutants. Which, if you read some of the comics, the Black Knight is, and I'm not talking about the other one that I sometimes forget the hell his name is. I always remember Sir Percy more than the rest. But, like, Sir Percy's the one who started it all with Merlin. Sir Percy was also a knight of the Round Table that was a personal friend to King Arthur. And he didn't become the Black Knight by himself. It was Merlin was involved as well. They wrote Merlin in, the wizard. Thor in Greek mythology, which they haven't really done much with, and then more North than Greek and movies, but they also do King Arthur in the comics. So, and the Knights Templar is a completely different thing. That's why I said, like, the devil can be involved and light up a Knights Templar. Like, I always saw, like, in that time, there was no Johnny that deceived the devil. It was the spirit of vengeance always went back to the Mephisto character. And I don't think Mephisto was alone in that time as one of the heavy spiritual evils in the dramatic dance of the medieval era. I think Lilith is a force of herself. And I think that's why you kind of need that two kind of sided villains, so you can have that three-sided fight sequence and vibe where it's not just one threat in the medieval times. It's like there's a spawn of threats, from Lilith's side and the devil's side. Which is good storytelling integrated with the Marvel stories. If you do it correctly, but and that's not a multiversal story. That's a period film. It would be better as a period film. That's like a medieval sense. Like, centered actually with those settings. Like, you could tell the story of how Usseless became Usseless Bloodstone. And got Dracula's Bloodstone, the background, because that Bloodstone is a big part of Blade's story arc, to be honest, as well. So it kind of makes sense. Like, it can go in different ways, not just Midnight Suns. Like, Legion of Monsters was a big one that has actually spun out, and that they hinted with Werewolf by Night, which is more associated with Legion of Monsters than it is Midnight Suns. I think DC has more of a chance because they just got bosses that might even hire me someday. Who knows, for a project? But because they're allowing one of my all-time favorite DC movies ever made to get a sequel, which was Constantine. I think that people want to make DC films. They got their own. They're doing what they're doing. I think if Zack Snyder wants to do it, I'm not against letting someone else do it. Even if it's not your preference. Some other people's stuff, like doing different things, like Elsewhere Tales is pro-creator. Like I thought of, several times, and the dark universe. I mean, gods and monsters. I thought, you know, of how well Batman villains work in a Constantine setting, in a Hellblazer setting, which I don't want to rob the people that are coming in to watch these standalone. Like if I was telling a story of these standalone films, that I would love to do a standalone film based on a story arc set in that universe, like off just a villain or with the setting of villains behind it, but the thing is like your first chance, it's like, oh, you don't really want to, it's like you realize, well, that one's like, you could be like, well, that's my weaker one, and if you want to really sell it, I think you've got to, that one would probably have to come as a prequel. And like the time you're like, okay, we can take a loss, let's throw, potential loss, which I don't think it would be a loss though. But I think that I just have a sense that people would more rather like to see a actual, genuine Hellblazer and ninja detective Batman team up with no other heroes, but them as the heroes, and with both Constantine and Batman villains, with I think Scarecrow as one of the big villains, as Scare Beast. And then it could set up in the after credit scenes, is what I thought for a while. Because I wouldn't kill Jonathan Crane. I would deem him worthy of the yellow ring. Maybe have Sinestro pay him a visit in the after credit scenes, and then James Gunn would probably love that for his, because it could go right into his Green Lantern TV show eventually. But I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't want to do the ring first. I like the mind of who Jonathan Crane is and his obsession for breaking the code, breaking the wall, the paranormal. Before he gets deemed worthy of the yellow ring. I think that's a story that's worthy of being told first before giving him the yellow ring, which I would most definitely give him that yellow ring. No doubt in my mind, but I don't think it should happen on day one. Day one is to focus on the character and his background, his mind, and how he cracks the code. And I love this. I love the vibes Constantine, except for we're going to really crank it up more. I would crank it up more with more demons and spiritual stuff going on. Because think about drugs meet the paranormal. One of the first things I think of Dr. Jonathan Crane is his medical backgrounds, his obsession for the psyche of emotions, particularly more with fear, obviously, and how he can, crack the code of, taking the atomic into a subatomic kind of paranormal creation while not having it where it's all over the news as what you would think. Because Constantine, people will be like, there's no such thing as, exorcisms are all frauds. Right? So all those demons that he fought in that movie, including the devil that he deceived in that movie, people will be like, that never happened. Where's the evidence? And I like that vibe. And I think that's where we bring in Batman, starting off with his detective instincts. Like, being like, okay. That's why I think a Hellblazer and the Dark Knight, just the two of them, make a great idea, a great team, a great duo. I think anymore it's too crowded for heroes. Not saying no to some tiny cameos, but if they make sense. But they're the front stunner characters that I want to do for us heroes. And then the best villains, I got some ideas of how we can integrate Constantine with, some of the villains and with Dr. Jonathan Crane. There's Scarebeast. He's one of the big villains I want to get to. For having Scarebeast really be a threat that fights both Constantine and Batman, where they have a heck of a time fighting him, like cracking the code. Definitely could be watching. Trust me, he's creepy. I'm not really. He sits back. I am taking directly some scenes out of the comics where he's shot and you see that pumpkin face, that scarecrow kind of like shaped face, but in shadow format. Both, and how he comes out is obsessed with knowledge. He's still a doctor. Still a scientist. As well. And another villain I really, really think would be a phenomenal villain. Clayface. And, Clayface, the Scarecrow in my mind has never been done before, cinematically. In the comics, it has in a couple ways, but not cinematically. Or maybe in the cartoons. But Clayface, that's one that's never been done in a full period, cinematically. Except for in cartoons. Like, in movies, at least. And that's why I think, I hope that, Clayface doesn't get burned in people's minds when they go watch Clayface, and it turns out to be, hopefully the Clayface horror movie should be, if it's a standalone movie about him, it should not be trying to fixate him as a good guy. It should fixate him as an obsessed guy with the arts that wants to make movies. That, so happens to have an obsession with becoming his favorite characters and even idols. Because that's how it should be if they do it. Like, and it should be a psychological horror movie. Not a hero movie. And then if you put him in a Batman movie, it could work. Depending on the setting. It could work. I think, like, even if he was in Batman Part 2, I think you could set up the alarms. Thinking the Joker's out free, but, doing a scene like that. But it's just, you think it's a fan, because it's fans, the Joker. But in this case, it's a little more than a fan. And you kind of get sentences and it kind of lead down this detective vibe for Batman, which kind of makes sense for Robert Pattinson to be looking into someone who's wearing a bunch of faces, becoming a bunch of people, like in a more realistic approach of Clayface. Actually, is not a bad idea. While there's a political thriller going on in the background, because that's probably what's going to happen, is that they're going to pick a villain that stirs shit up, that makes it creative, where you're going in as a detective and creepy, where you get to actually do more Detective Batman scenes in a Robert Pattinson. And Robert Pattinson is, doing the Detective Batman with him, it just seems ideal. So having it come in, looking into that, and following that trace, while you have a political thriller also going on. And I'm saying, like, that's a Batman, that's a Gotham City vibe, where there is more than one thing going on while you're doing something else. Like, there's corrupt crime, of Penguin politics. You have a two-faced Harvey Dent, probably, at least making some kind of appearance. You don't really need the Penguin to verse the Joker to get to know that the Penguin really hates the Joker. You could use Clayface impersonating the Joker. There's an idea that could really, really twist the mind of even Oswald. Like with the other character you're talking about, if you want to look into Selena Kyle's sister, you could start going in towards their team, their rivalry. Like that, I don't think is the main. There's no way that is a main villain. But like, forget her name, but she has a name in the comics. And she does, take on it, go further. Like they integrated and did her in the TV show as a villain that she's not. So they do the villain that she is, or the hero that or you could say maybe she, depending on which way you want to put her, you could turn her and twist, but I wouldn't say she's a hero. I think she's more, I think there's a dance there of scenery. I think it could really give the soul of Catwoman a run for her own, a dance for her own self. How do you put it? So, and I don't think that's needed to do that whole thing dramatically out in the Batman Part 2. I think that it's more a, a puzzle piece that could lead to something else for them later, but probably not in the Batman. Probably, I don't know, with a format of the Sirens, Gotham Sirens, or something like that is where it could go, and then you could bring Harley Quinn back or something. I would put Harley Quinn in my Scarecrow movie before she became Harley Quinn Zell. My idea was always to have my original idea for Dr. Jonathan Crane was to have him have his first film by himself, and not just a Batman Hellblazer movie. It was going to build into it. But my concerns are it would not be allowed, With that, I'd have a better chance pitching the second one and having it go up, which I would always want to make, that second one, but I wanted something a little different that wasn't as action-packed first. That, where it was more centered on the character from his youth and from his career and from what's going on in the world. That really pushes him further into cracking the code, to becoming what everybody knows him as, the Scarecrow, and eventually Scarebeast, even connections, and then the big ass, even more powerful version. I forget his name, with with the yellow ring. But and I always say, well, you gotta do this. I think you could have John Doe show up, aka the Joker, if you wanted to. But I think you got to be careful with that, because the Joker could really steal quite a bit of the show. And I kind of like that idea, to have him steal a scene. But I also want Harley Quinn before she was Harley Quinn. Before she be transformed. So it's like the idea, I thought, back in the day, I thought, I don't know if cast someone else, or if Margot Robbie's still interested, and if it's allowed, it could work. I could see how it could work, but I don't know. I'm not the boss, so I feel like I don't know how that works. Permission stuff. I don't get any of that. I don't understand a lot of that, but I think that as a storyteller, I know it could work if it's allowed to work. Isn't that fucked up? But in a way, it kind of feels fucked up. But the idea is that I could see her going into work, as the psychiatrist, and getting a taste of what she was like before, and what her life was like. Because she's under the same roof, or the same career as Jonathan Crane, which is Dr. Hugo Strange's hospital. It was always to use Hugo Strange as their boss, their employer, as in the background. So to see where they come back from, and seeing her, for example, lean in and finding an infatuation eventually with a patient. I wouldn't really, in that movie, show the whole transformation. I don't think it's necessary, but I do think seeing the mentality where Harley Quinn was, Dr. Quinzel was, up to the meeting of when she first sits down and takes on the job of John Doe, of the Joker, and seeing that instant chemistry, that offering, and then cutting it there. The suspense, where where that goes next for that. You could make a hell of a movie if you wanted to, prequel movie, to something, that could connect to other things, or you could just leave it up for the imagination, where in a way, you kind of already know what's going to happen, but But I always liked the Joker better. My favorite version of the Joker was always not Jack or Arthur or some given name. It was always there's no record of this guy that exists, as he's just John Doe. I think that mentality of the Joker is what really makes the Joker even more powerful in ways. But yeah, I always seen like a lot of ideas, like Vicky Vale on the news making a cameo, doing an interview with Bruce Wayne in another movie. And if I were to do Vicky Vale, and that's why when I watched the chemistry of Edward Collins, of uh, Robert Pattinson, and I thought of many ideas who could play Vicky Vale. And one of my first with Vicky Vale was, obviously, I think, was Lana Taylor-Joy, because I was trying to, I thought she would, that Mad Max, I always thought like she really could really deliver on that twist side. But then I saw the chemistry that Robert Pattinson had with Everdeen. I'm horrible. I'm only remembering these actors' names all of a sudden, all the characters they play. But that's kind of like where it's coming from, where I see that's how I read it, seeing what they've done, and then seeing what they're doing now. Jennifer Lawrence, knowing that she also, in a way, has a fiery side that could come out. Like, maybe she'd make a very, very good Vicky Vale. Because I think, like, the Vicky Vale that I want is the mentality has come from getting justice from her childhood and achieving it to getting justice for everyone else, and being that mentality of that drive during the day as a pursuer of knowledge and a pursuer of truth, as a news reporter, and then at night putting on that gas mask, or that beak, that is in the comics, and having, who was a Arkham in the comics, but having this twist of Vicky Vale and Arkham relations with Arkham Orphanage, which on connecting that to give that character a kick in a cinematic way that is not front and center, but they're building up in the background to an explosion where you're like, oh, you start to put the pieces together, but not all together in one movie, but kind of like scattering the pieces in several movies with Vicky Vale. I was one idea I had, because it could be like easily on the news, easily interviewing, and someone you may not even know that would be, Lady Arkham. Or sometimes what I call Mother Arkham, because she takes what they call the children of Arkham from the orphanage to help them, and they deem her as their savior. And she comes out at night. That version. And she, is a vigilante more than she is a villain, but the way that she goes about it is what really stirs other people up, and even stirs the Batman up. Because we're talking, like, if she gets her hands on Two-Face, for example, this figure of speech, she ain't gonna, just burn his face. She's gonna do something cinematically, to represent the creation and the representation of his face, revealing him as who he truly is, and then hanging him up for display in public display. That, is what I'm talking about for the mentality, where she is not about arresting or sending them to the authority or some justice format. She's about sending a message with them more than anything, and showing the world who they truly are, not just locking them up where they can get protection and shit. That's why I love that character in Enemy Within, that cartoonish Enemy Within kind of vibe. I believe it was Enemy Within, or one of them, and how they took that character and did that's the closest I've ever seen it. Someone kind of getting close to my image, mentality-wise. So mine's more less cartoonish, more clever, and more brains to it. I would say, not to be an asshole, but kind of like where there's more, where she really is determined on hunting them down and displaying them in public, the villains. Or like Two-Face, I think, is a great example. I use Two-Face because he's a fantastic example, displaying him for the Two-Face politician that he really is. And if he survives, that's not according to her plan. That's what I'm saying. She usually will kill them. They'll end up dead as well when they're on display. So, will Harvey Dent survive or Two-Face survive depends on what the plans are for the future of that character. I'm going to assume yes in some way, but if you want to make it a whole rounded elsewhere tale, then I would say no. More likely no. Less likely that he would survive. But I noticed there's so many different characters. I know that, Vicky Vale hunted Catwoman, but I kind of sometimes feel like my Vicky Vale isn't really targeting, thieves. I don't think she gives a shit about Catwoman. I think she's targeting, systematic killers. And those who don't necessarily kill people, but have other people do it. And then those who do kill people, she targets them and tries to put them on display. And wears that, that bird flu, that mask that, looks like a bird beak. That's, goes down, I have a lot of really cool original ideas that I think cinematically, some that are more grounded than others, and then some that are more paranormal. That I think if it connects to the non-paranormal arcs, it has to be like a constant puzzle piece, where it is always there, but you don't know it's there, or you question its existence, yet the viewers watching it and they know that it's real. But necessarily all the other characters living in that same universe. That's why I said, this universe doesn't make sense to have a great, powerful hero like Superman in it. Because everybody knows that hero exists. That type of arc would need more of a camouflage, which would probably be a time period. Not that you couldn't have Superman exist, but Superman probably would be a teenager in that timeline. Right, where he is living on the farm in that timeline, right? So, so not where he's not known. but like things like that, is like kind of the vibe that I sense. So you don't really know what's out there, or what's weird, and it's not like public news breaking the supernatural threat. It's it's questions the existence, the sanity of the character, while putting the spotlight on vigilantes without superpowers and in a political thriller setting. Makes sense because I definitely could see that where there are debates and arguments and some wanting to weaponize it. I'm absolutely sure Oswald is one of them. That would, if he can't get rid of them, he'd want to weaponize them, or it sounds like Cobblepot to me. So, but stuff like that. Lex Luthor, before he has his crazy ass loud tech, I mean, he's a genius. On the rise, that could have met with Bruce Wayne before he met with Superman. The boy genius, a younger version. Which would make Batman older, though, than Superman. In that time. And for Robin, Damian Whitman, probably, version. Rebel Orphanage version, if he gets used, because he does shake things up. And I think, I think if you're not careful, it could take over a Batman movie. But I think, it still should be a part of it in some way, build up, and then doing maybe a Titans movie or some shit in the future. Where, but that'd be more. I don't think Robin fits in. The Boy Wonder fits in to that timeline, unless it's towards the end of that timeline when actually everything is actually getting known. At that point, it's right? I mean, everybody realizes there's weird shit on the horizon. There's Superman, all stuff like that at that point. I think there is something that I think it's funny having that all in the background, but I think at the same time there is definitely something there that doesn't really connect well with the paranormal setting, though. It's less, less of that mystery, less of that question. It's Yuri knows weird shit. And, I don't know. It's a different type of movie, and that's why I think comedy works better, as you see. I don't think it works as very well with Constantine or the Batman. It makes the Batman look bad and Constantine look bad. I think when you apply comedy to that type of version, I think, the Batman, to have comedy, it would probably be like I said, a Dark Justice League or something mix, where you then need Superman a part of that team as well in that version. So then you could make fun of the darker characters, I guess, if you wanted to in that setting. But in their own setting, it doesn't work. In their own settings. I think that's what Constantine wasn't a comedy. Constantine was a world hidden inside a world, and that you could question if it existed at all. And that's what also makes it such a And the idea of how the devil comes out and could be anywhere watching, and what the summon nation and the way that things operate, it makes it feel so when things go down, what it looks like to other people is just some crazy guy flipping out, right? Or uh, and I really like that setting because it really shows that you don't know, that someone might be actually seen or being possessed by a demon, and that it does make sense that not everyone necessarily is going to see that. It could look like someone having a mental breakdown or someone going batshit crazy. Right? In the real world, that's actually what it would look like. And I think, for most people, they would have to process that. They're not going to see some demon. They're not going to asphyxiate the possession. Or, every character. Which, hey, like characters like Peacemaker would probably be like, what the fuck, Would make sense for like, where there is some comedy elements, but it's almost like sometimes Peacemaker is the Deadpool to DC. So you could be. But that would be a deleted scene. It would ruin the movie. Too different. It's too iconic. But it's also too iconic not to shoot that scene and turn it in as a deleted scene. Like, I like that idea. So, but at the same time, I'm realistic. I think like the darker approach and the message of sins and evil and good is what Hellblazer is all about. Doing the things that not everyone can see. That's why it kind of like sucks that Jonah Hex never succeeded. Because Jonah Hex actually is I don't remember if he's DC or Marvel, but is a very interesting character. He's DC, I believe. And his setting is in a Western era. And he talks to the dead, bring people back to talk to them. And I think, like, I don't know, maybe in my mind, some reason I saw him bring back someone and he's talking to a dead corpse, but and not everyone else can see him talking to that dead corpse, right? Or that the corpse reanimated. But in a way, he kind of has a power that you could use, right? For if you cannot see something, he could make you see it. Like Jonah Hex could make people see it. That's why I think like Jonah Hex is probably a difficult character to write into a modern setting because he's works better in a Western setting. Unless you're reinventing the character in a slightly comedic way, like a Westworld kind of way, like as an employee or something, which is not Jonah Hex, but I don't know. Maybe not, but I don't know. I could see that as something odd or weird. But I think that's what you're getting with Superman, Man of Tomorrow, Peacemaker, and Supergirl. They're not as serious. They're more bizarre comedies with unique or cool elements that they're trying to put some things directly from the comics, which I love when actually people do certain things directly from the comics. That's why I like Deadpool and Wolverine. One of the reasons why I like Deadpool and Wolverine so much is that it's the first true, well, with the exception, why I don't really give too much credit to Doctor Strange 2 or whatever, Multiverse of Madness, when they used the characters in that setting of the Illuminati, is it just felt really rushed, and the deaths were not funny, not like, didn't feel meaningful, but didn't feel comedic either. It just, to me, it felt bland, like meh, the way that it was executed. I'm like, it could have been done way better, but it unfortunately wasn't. I had a lot of issues with that movie. And sometimes when I hear about the old script, I'm thinking like, shit, that some of those big parts sounded better in that old script. But I don't know what their problem is for not wanting to use Nightmare, but maybe they're waiting. Nightmare is a very good villain that you would think you would want to happen before the devil, or the devil to unleash Nightmare, because Nightmare ain't the devil. Nightmare is a lord of, is a type of lord of demons, you could say something like that, but as nightmares, and works really well with Spider-Man. Actually, if you ever watch the cartoons, and I know that if they execute correctly, the demonic essence, I think if they're not careful, Nightmare cinematically will be stupid. So it will be dumb. I think that I think the reason why is because they're probably worried about how to bring that character to life cinematically, because he's so well done in the cartoons. The demonic approach that just wouldn't work cinematically like that way. You're going to want to, I mean, you could, but you're going to have to figure out how to bring that threat that he is and make him as cool and terrifying as some people may find him in the cartoons. I think like Mark Hamill does his voice. He's one of the voice actors. And having that low voice, it's not Venom. It's more going on in that voice for Nightmare. And I think you really want to capture that demonic side somehow to the character, but you also want to have it so characters, because it's a Marvel, are also able to, figure out how to defeat the dream dimension and outside, and where there is a dance around it that isn't stupid. Because Spider-Man worked very well with Nightmare. I thought he did when they had Doctor Strange and Spider-Man cartoons in the cartoons. But shooting that cinematically really would have to have some work put into it. I mean, it can't be a lazy shot. You can't just throw makeup on them and call it a day. You really need to be able to find the right actor as well for Nightmare. And I think, oh man, that might be a difficult one. That you might have trouble finding the right actor. I don't know if the right actor is out there to play Nightmare. I think they might have actual trouble with that one, casting the perfect one. See, I thought they casted pretty well for Gore the God Butcher, but what I didn't like about it, because I never thought for one second that wasn't just like them acting it out and doing their scenes before applying at the time, is that they made him human, or the silver chrome. Like, I felt like he could have really brought the character to life. I, I've seen his performances. I know he could bring the character to life. I think he was a good cast for Gore. But as the makeup department goes and as the writers go, they butchered Gore the God Butcher and Thor Love and Thunder. It was such a waste of a really powerful, incredibly fun villain that hunts down gods and slays them. All for the same origin that did happen in the movie, for their god abandoning them, it causing the death of his child. Stuff like that. And I think like similar, not quite like the opening scene, but I think the moment is when it starts to get jolly, and you watch that, and I don't know, and you cut to that scene, you see that he's not human right in the beginning. You get a sense that this is not promised, not kept to the promise, as they said this is comic accurate. They were talking more comic accurate with, with I don't know. Even that is questionable. Like some of the elements they use in that movie, the way they went about it, I think, felt wasteful. I think the best word to describe Thor: Love and Thunder is wasteful. Incredibly wasteful of incredibly great characters and source arcs. Just wasted. Including the Asgardians. Not Guardians of the Galaxy, but the Asgardians of the Galaxy. That could have been way better. That it was so wasteful. So wasteful. That is the perfect, probably, I don't know, if you could come up with a better word for Thor: Love and Thunder than wasteful. I think wasteful is the definition of Thor: Love and Thunder. But I think like people who only watch movies are really fucking ignorance is bliss. They only have one window, and the other window, like people who read the comics or read books, or or even with different views, which humans have, still is. You still incredible arcs that, for some reason, video game creators get more right when they're telling stories in video games, cinematic approaches, than actual people who make, Hollywood blockbuster films, movies. It's always feels like an advertisement, a half-assed version. Most of the time, it's very rare that something is better than the original source, or is identical, or even close to the source. I mean, for someone who liked Harry Potter, even using that or as an example, even someone who liked the Dark Universe, back with like Frankenstein and all that stuff, saw more potential in that. But that's a different point of view. But someone who grew up with Harry Potter saw that the first two movies were the closest of them all. They were the gems that were the closest to the books, that had less cut out of them. Now, this is where Prisoner of Azkaban comes in. Anyone who's ever read the book knows that the Time Turner scene in the movie is not the same as it is in the books. And when you read it in the books, it is it's a vibe that I always sensed was one of the worst things ever created. Was the Time Turner for Harry Potter universe. It's the only thing I really didn't like about the Harry Potter universe. First thing I did not like about the Harry Potter universe was the Time Turner. Actually, because I felt like it stole a lot of the magic. But, that was there. But that's a different arc. But still, like, The Prisoner of Azkaban, the movie, I think actually did the scene better in the movie than they did in the actual book. See, that was a rare exception. I think The Prisoner of Azkaban is the movie where you start to see a lot cut out. If you read the book, there's a lot cut out. The pacing and editing and the scenes are different. It's the first one that has a lot taken out. I mean, a lot taken out. It's the first book adaptation of a movie that is incredibly, a lot of ways different. And where there's scenes that are taken out of the books and executed, but at the end of it all, I think The Prisoner of Azkaban did some really fucking cool things as the Harry Potter movies go. That, particularly with the Time Turner, that wasn't in the books. The way that Time Turner was executed in the books was different. And I don't know, for me it was, I don't remember all the pacing and the way it was. I remember it was like longer. You remember they went in the forest, that forest scene. There was a lot of scenes with it. There was more time in the hut at Hagrid's. A lot more waiting going on. And I think they really went, like, let's speed this up. But let's be creative about it. And that's exactly what the creators of the Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban movie did. Is they sped up that scene and threw a twist in it with the rock and stuff like that, with the pebble scene where it's throwing it and hitting it, doing, like, trying to get them to move, get their attention, like an idea like that. Like, I swear to God that I recalled that was, I don't remember that for some reason in the books. I remember Hermione seeing Hermione. That was in the books. That scene where she saw herself, but was like, she thought she saw herself. Like, that was actually in the books. But some of the scenes. So, and this is the one that really, but the thing is, these movies are iconic in their own way. The Goblet of Fire is such a fast-paced movie as well, and went straight forward, did some of the most cinematic scenes out of the books. But you could see where they were really aiming for some of the big cinematic scenes. But when you get to the actual book, it makes sense at that point of why that should be a TV show. I think when you hit that fourth book here, I think, so when I sit here thinking, like, there's gonna be, if they're doing it identical, they're gonna have the duel in the Sorcerer's Stone, the fake duel where they're ignorant duel, but no one knows what's going on. You're gonna have Neville, going, I can't remember, I think it was Neville and Ron. I don't remember if it was Neville and Hermione, but I know Ron and Hermione didn't go to the Forbidden Forest during detention. It was Neville did, though. Remember, Neville was a part of that group, and Neville had more scenes in the Sorcerer's Stone movie or book, stuff like that. And you're gonna have all these background. Peeves is gonna get time. You're gonna see Charlie's friends probably show up to pick up, Norbert, the Norwegian Ridgeback, when they tried to, because that's how they got caught, had to go to detention, was they left the cloak behind them. They're very naive. A lot more naive in the books than they are in the movies. And you'll see that as kids, like coming in. I think that apart from that, those are the vibes and feeling that you're probably gonna see different in the Harry Potter TV show for season 1. Season 2, I think, could be creepier because you're talking about being able to do the death party, the death day party scene, and a lot of really cool scenes that were completely taken out of the Chamber of Secrets. But overall, the Chamber of Secrets was so damn near close. I like to see that Chamber of Secrets actually start off like the books, with Harry sitting down at the door on that set, looking out. He's outside, sitting there, exhausted, remembering, and knowing what's coming. And there's a lot of thinking going on in that scene, but he's staring off into the hedge in that scene where he's staring off the hedge. He sees 2 big green eyes. It doesn't piece that together until later on you figure that out as Dobby the House Elf, where I think like there's certain scenes that could be could be really fun. And I think like people will find that the Harry Potter TV show for Sorcerer's Stone and Chamber of Secrets can also be more lighter tone, but also more darker and creepier than the movies, the first 2. But I think where you're going to see the most difference, because it's completely rearranged. The movie, it has direct scenes from the books, the Prisoner of Azkaban, but out of order. So, if you pay attention, there are scenes that are from the books in the Prisoner of Azkaban, but they're out of order. And there's other scenes, and I think the intention that was there in the books about this guy that's hunting him, wanting him dead, was more there in the book. So I think like there's a lot more, and how they exit that the season 3 could be phenomenal. Now, if you think those 3 story arcs of taking those 3 Harry Potter books into a TV show is a big difference and a vibe changer, identical to the books, which I actually think is a brilliant idea, to be more to the source, because it shows you the difference. Because it's going to bring magic to the movies as well. The difference. I don't think the show's going to bury the movies. I don't think the movies are going to bury the show. I think it's going to be a very interesting way of looking at things. And I think like the casting for characters in the movies is accurate. Accurate argument is that a lot of them were supposed to be in the 30s, look 30s. Like for example, Severus Snape in the comics even looks a little bit different. He was such a really good actor. In the books, you do know what Severus Snape looks like. He looks like a vampire. They describe him as a greasy-haired vampire, pale-skinned, greasy-haired vampire in the books. Dark cloak, that's how he's described. He looks like a vampire, but he's not a vampire. So, Dumbledore was different, especially after the other casting. I think Albus Dumbledore in the Sorcerer's Stone and Chamber of Secrets was closer to the source. Actually, I think the actor who played Dumbledore started to get closer to Dumbledore in Half-Blood Prince. Like he took a change, like when they recasted him for Prisoner of Azkaban, they started to show his the oddity a little bit more. But no, Dumbledore is weirder. More goofier, weirder in the books. So I think when I look at the casting, that was one of my favorite casting choices. Even though he's an American actor, I thought, and I looked at his performances, at his dark side and his goofy side, and I sat there and said, you know what? I think that is actually a really damn good pick for Dumbledore. is what I was like. I actually really, really enjoyed the cast when I saw that for him because I believe he could do it. Will he do it? I don't know, but I believe he can. He's odd. He says weird words. He's not violent. He's not aggressive. And if you know his lighter side, you know that he has that to him. And that lighter side, that actor does. If you see some of his more kid-friendly films, you see that he has that side. I think, like, if he really gets in that mindset, I'm like, I could see him nailing Dumbledore better than all the rest. I think he would win the Best Dumbledore Award. I'm thinking he might. But, or closer to the books. At least. Closer to the books. But, some of the other casting I get, and I understand. Hagrid is hard. You need Andre the Giant to play Hagrid, right? So, which would have been probably a really damn good cast. Sometimes I think, like, why not Lou Ferrigno, except for his accent? And you'd have to put that on. And he looks a lot. When I saw some of the scenes of him more scruffy and weirder with those jeans, believe it or not, that's actually book accurate. That actually is book accurate. He does look a lot more scruffier, a lot more out of place. In a way, like Hagrid in the movies had a more cleaner look to him than in the books. I can see it. Hagrid is an oaf, or like he gets made fun of. He when he enters a room, he looks so weird, and so out of place and awkward that he gets attention and judgment. Right in the beginning of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, well, later on when they meet, not right in the beginning, but, later on, like the beginning starts with Dursleys, not actually where the movie started, but with the Dursleys. So in their life, wrestling a screaming Dudley saying his first word or something like was "won't" or something like that, if I remember. And threw his cereal. I think it could be funny. I think they should shoot that scene, those scenes. And with Vernon going to work and seeing all these odd people in cloaks, I say do it. It's book accurate. As scenes go. He's the director of a firm called Grunnings or something like that. It's a drill company in the books. I've probably read that book the most, which makes sense. It's Sorcerer's Stone. So going in, it's like that was the easiest to remember. And they're going to have more than one Quidditch match. Because the one where he nearly swallows a snitch was his first. And then the Jinxed one, what happened was a different Quidditch match with the Jinxed broom. And also Severus Snape, the third, I think. I think there was 3 Quidditch matches in the Sorcerer's Stone, actually. I showed with Harry. But you'd think there'd be more, because all the houses have their matches than even what the books did. So that's one thing the show could add, but I think it's a very good mirror to the books. Even if they don't add additional things, I think it's going to be a very good testament as a mirror to the books. Is what I'm really hoping the show does is try to aim more as a mirror to the books, so then when you go back and watch, you can get different perspectives on that as different views. So it's not like burying the movies. look like a hairy mess. Patches of hair growing all over me. That's how I've always been. Yeah, I think like I look at Disney and Universal, and all these companies, corporations, and uh, you know, I do see things even that I try to make sense of, even in Hogwarts Legacy, for example, that I felt like should have been in that game but weren't. I try to do some of the math. Um, I think people sometimes just lose connectivity at some point. They try to be connected, but they end up being imperfect humans, When they're creating something, they miss something out. I think doing a video game based on like Hogwarts Legacy, though, there are a couple things that I find kind of odd that they threw in and didn't do even a full year. It's like it is a full year, but it also feels like it's not. A fifth, throwing in your fifth year. Like I kind of feel like the game should be more massive. I feel like it should do all of the years, 1 through 7, not just 1 year. You should figure out how to design the game that shows the growth through years. Let the let the gamer decide their character, and they just have to go with the quests and the classes and have consequences, like if you miss your class or something, like maybe there is a shape design in the growth throughout the years that doesn't deviate too much from the primary main story arc, that I don't think is going to be much a choice, but all the stuff around would be, like the side quests as options and mysteries, things like that. I think sometimes I think like of Severus Snape and how he became Dappler Prince, and how creation, and then thought about how the Marauders created the map and they explored all of Hogwarts, right? And created the Marauders map. So, I think like creative elements like that are really good ideas to incorporate something where the character can also have some kind of creative impact on the actual castle, the school, history as well. Like, I don't know, but which should kind of be its elsewhere tale. But I think that like I'm probably asking too much. I'm probably for Hogwarts Legacy 2 to be like a giant. It's like the Goblet of Fire, the Triwizard Tournament was canceled. And if you want to do the Triwizard Tournament, you have to pick a time accurate to the lore. You have to pick a time, right? And find out what's going on. Where was it hosted that time? And in a way, it kind of makes me want to host it at Durmstrang, or something. Or I think Durmstrang would be more ideal. I think Bobaton would be cool as well. But I think that the Triwizard Tournament in the video game should take the player from Hogwarts during at least that year and put them in to the Triwizard Tournament, where they can actually spend a year in another school. And let the player return when it is convenient, and are able, like some kind of like sly mechanic that where this character you created actually secretly was able to return to to the other castle after that. So it's not like cutting the player off completely after that year's up in the game. Like you write something into the story that lets the player slide in, but you got to do it where it's like, where it doesn't interfere with the lore. Like you don't know what's happening. Like it's like something in the background, like someone just being cleverly deceitful. And it would work for Durmstrang because Durmstrang teaches the dark arts. It doesn't, like Hogwarts doesn't teach the dark arts. I don't think Bo-Katan teaches the dark arts either. But Durmstrang does, so it makes sense that as a character development choice, that the player could decide to spend more time at Durmstrang if they were leaning more towards the dark arts, right? And if they wanted to be more of a good guy and lean less and study the defense against the dark arts more, they'd go to Hogwarts. Oh, there's so much there for video games. They've done it with Star Wars. They could do it with Harry Potter, the Wizarding World. They could do it with Lord of the Rings, which they had done it with Lord of the Rings as well. I think they've done it better with Star Wars, though, in the past. Because I would say, like, you go watch Lord of the Rings or play Lord of the Rings games. Lord of the Rings games, actually, I disagree with what I was going to say. I still think Lord of the Rings games are better than movies. But I think Star Wars, like the Knights of the Old Republic lore, and Knights of the Old Republic 2 lore, and the Legend of Revan, and Agenta Pol, is a far superior story than any of the Skywalker stories ever told cinematically. As movies go, I'm with a lot of people on Rogue One being the best at how it connects, how it tells a very secluded story about how they got, the information, how everything was pieced together, and how it connected right into A New Hope, which gave expectations that Han Solo would do something like that. Incorrect. You're wrong to have expectations that they would do something cool with Han Solo, but you would assume they would. But you get a story about in the youth, which I don't know, kind of feels like young Indiana Jones, like a story that nobody remembers. They remember it was made, but they're like, they don't, and they was like, oh, do you want to watch Indiana Jones or Young Indiana Jones? Which Young Indiana Jones does exist. And it is not, I don't remember any of it, to be honest, Young Indiana Jones. Apart from one villain that I think is a villain, if I recall, in Raiders, or in, I don't know where he fits in, because the Temple of Doom is supposed to be before Raiders of the Lost Ark, even though Raiders of the Lost Ark came out first. Temple of Doom is like a prequel. I think as it goes, like Indiana Jones, though, as a video game, for example, works, and as a show, they got to come up with a different story if they keep it going, right? You got to have a fascinating adventure, an archaeological. You got to tell a story about something that is not just the same archaeological story from the video games. But you're gonna probably want to step up your game And if you're not careful, the next Indiana Jones could be the most boringest story ever, right? So you don't want that to happen. You want to figure out a really fun, inventive story, which I feel is easier for video games than it is for movies because unless you're recasting Harrison Ford, someone who looks like the younger version, which because or you're going to have to go with old Harrison Ford, and I think I think he could see himself. There's a story where maybe he could make an appearance inside a prequel, even as old man Harrison Ford, or old man Indiana Jones. If you tell something like a mirrored story or something, which then could send you could say is a really creative idea how to reboot Indiana Jones. Maybe is to recast Indiana Jones in a story that revolves reflection of past, present, and future of self, the arc of self-discovery, where you would actually cast Harrison Ford to play the older version of Indiana Jones when the scenes are needed to reflect upon that. Which I have some ideas of how that might work, but some could say move on. Tomb Raider. Yeah, I think there is a lot more going on in Tomb Raider than there is for sure than Indiana Jones. And so when I look at a lot of that stuff, can you imagine filming a movie similar to the original Lara Croft game, even with dinosaurs in it and shit? Even doing something like that, I think would be different than even what they did with Angelina Jolie, which I would say is probably the better ones for movies. But I didn't think the other one was necessarily bad. I thought it was its own thing, but I thought, like, at the same time, I don't know. I try to give it the benefit of the doubt, but I do see also where it doesn't really have that same essence. In a lot of ways, like, I've played and beat the reboot trilogy as well, like the last reboot trilogy. Um, and I will say, like, I do feel like the first one is replaying it feels icy cold. Like, I don't know, just feel when I start playing, it's like a sense of, I don't know, like, and then it just knocks me out of the game. But whatever, I don't know. But yeah, I have all the Tomb Raider still, not the originals, but the on PlayStation. I thought about it on Xbox, but I have 360 games. I think all the 360 games. I have Underworld on there, Anniversary, Legends, a lot of old ones. that were not a part of, well, Anniversary is, I believe, is just the same version, the upgraded version of the first, which I have barely played, to be honest. Like, I've played a lot of the puzzles more than I remember, at least, a lot of the puzzles in the original Tomb Raider, but that's about it. I know I've played them, like, ages ago. Like, those versions on PS1. I didn't have PS1. So, I played them, everyone else had a PS1, and I played, like, a lot of games through other people on PS1. There were, I don't know, what was the first PS1 game I ever played? I don't fucking remember, but I don't know, maybe SSX, I don't remember, but I remember Casper, even, Toy Story, uh, shit, the original Resident Evil. I remember on the case saying Biohazard, you know, that case that someone had. I don't know, but not Resident Evil. Like my first, I think, time I ever played Resident Evil, when I had the disc, I remember not saying Resident Evil on it. I don't know, like what that was about. I don't remember entirely, but it could have been a bootleg copy, possibly, because I hung out back then. A lot of people that would uh, figure out ways to copy PlayStation 1 games. There is PS2. It's like when you play a scattered fuckload of games, you know, it's what comes back the most, right? Like, you know, you could finish something, but if you don't remember it, that's something, right? I mean, you barely don't. Like, it's one thing about these recent generations that I like more, significantly more than the older ones, is the constantly loud records. Where I scroll down in my account, I choose to keep that account and not have multiple accounts or something. That means that whole account has my entire record. Evidence of all the games that I've ever played. Unless I deleted some of the 0 point achievement games as I did, and I wish I didn't do that back then. But I am guilty for doing that. I went at one point in 0 achievement games and started deleting them from my record, but on the 360, for example. But there's a lot out there. Because I think the games that I played on the GameCube, even, and how many GameCube games I beat that I have no evidence of beating. You know, I have things like that on my head, like just questionable library memory, or you know, or why I keep that memory. You know, you can make questionable to begin with. Some of the like Need for Speed Most Wanted. I didn't actually beat that anywhere but on the GameCube, the original. That one I do remember finishing. That was also on other platforms. Played a lot of X-Men games. Um, I don't remember any of them that I beat except for on the 360 though, which means there is a record for those. Like, I think one of the X-Men games that I remember finishing 100% was Wolverine. X-Men Origins Wolverine. I remember playing a lot of different X-Men games. And a lot of them were in the format of, like, Marvel's Ultimate Alliance, which I still have that copy physically somehow. Well, actually, I rebought this not too long ago, a couple of years back, probably. But I had this. I just went back, and then I had like hundreds and hundreds of 360 games. So now this is all I have left. The only 360 games physically that I own. Which, once upon a time, I counted over 300 physical copies of cases of 360 games that I had at once upon a time. Now, I have none of them but this one, which is a dual set of Forza Horizon 2, or Forza Motorsport 2. I'm trying to show the controller, the fucking camera, because it's so odd. The light gets in my head with the controller shit. And then this one, which I have played, but I believe I never finished. I got close to finishing it on the PSP. I was closer to finishing more on the PlayStation Portable. Than I was on 360. But yeah. It's crazy to think that, you know, that where your life can go in physical media. I know a lot of people fight against digital and for physical. And I understand, because I was that person once who loved to have that physical copy in my hands and feel it and put it on the shelf. But then I realized that my lifestyle for going on the road, going from being not on the road to being isolated to non-isolation, didn't protect any of this. And I didn't have cameras watching any of it. And I didn't always lock my doors as well, which, you know, stuff like that. So, but that's not what really got rid of these games. There was a fire back in 2012, I believe it was, that took everything. Almost. Somehow things inside dresser drawers did not burn. The dresser burned, but somehow the things inside it survived, including my Harry Potter books. Which you would think would have burned. My PS Vita was inside a dresser drawer. At the time, one of my dresser drawers, but that dresser drawer was open a crack. And I wonder if it would have survived if it was closed all the way. Because what happened inside that drawer, in that particular drawer, I remember, it popped like popcorn. Vita did. And that was the OLED back. I had that, I don't know what it was, 3G, 8T, TNT, Vita. I had only one game for the thing, because I believe I just got it not too long before the fire. And I only had, I remember Unit 13 was the only game I owned for the Vita. I owned no physical games for the Vita. I only owned one digital game called Unit 13 for the Vita, and that was it. like on day one. For some reason, I never replaced the Vita. I never played the Vita ever again. I was very interested in the Vita and even getting a new one, but some reason I never did. That, to this day, is the only Vita I've ever owned. And for the 3DS, which was the old Ambassador, I did replace my 3DS, but I could not replace the Ambassadors program because it was before Nintendo got the creative idea to transfer your Ambassador program from your hardware to your account. I unfortunately couldn't because my Ocarina of Time shell that I ordered from GameStop, a protective shell over it, wasn't a case, an Ocarina of Time shell that had fused into the damn console on the fire. There was a brick I found, and it was the 3DS. It was a turquoise 3DS, and that was my first 3DS. And I have owned a lot of 3DSs because it was one of my most favorite Nintendo consoles ever made, or devices, was the DS, or the 2DS. I enjoyed. I didn't really need a 3DS part, but the 2DS XL is what I have to give it to. That is my favorite version of the DS was the 2DS XL. And I had a lot of digital games. I had, at the time of the fire, I had over 10 3DS games physically. Ocarina of Time physically, which I played, was one of the first games I remember playing quite a bit of. I had Resident Evil Revelations physically. I had I played a lot of games on there, and even later on, because like I said, I did replace that one, but more than once. I had more 2DSs and probably any other device ever in my life, possibly. Even more than the 3DSs, 2DSs. And I have none of them anymore, none of them. And some of them I probably traded, sold. Some probably got left behind, some got stolen. I don't know, like, there's more than one thing that happened. I just lost track of. I had too many 2DSs to keep track of. Been through. And the second system that I had probably that could rival the 2DS, but I don't think I had as many of them as 2DS, was the Xbox 360. That I think I could count. I had a arcade or something like that. There was Pro. Or arcade or Pro. There was different versions of them. There was the Elite. And I had two of those different models. Had a white one was my first one. That had a detachable thing that I believe it was like only 4 gigs or something, very low. And then the Elite I got, which was I believe it was an all black version of the white version. Both of them burned in the fire. That same fire. And then I replaced it with the Gears of War 3 limited edition Xbox 360. which was the longest Xbox 360 I've ever owned in my life. And I would still have it to this day if my sister's her ex-boyfriend didn't steal it. I would still have it. I'm sure I would still have it to this day because I had given it to my sister, and my sister probably would have gave it back to me. But at the time, she was in an abusive relationship that I didn't know was happening. And that guy stole it from her. And then during that time, because I had that 360 for a long time, like I said, I had at least 3S models. I'd gone through at least 3S models. And I had 2E models around the end. They were the last ones I had. The last was like E models. So I think I had like 8 Xbox 360s, something, maybe more than that, which is a big fucking number for consoles. Like, holy shit. Like, that wasn't necessary. Questionable. And then my DS is 3DS. First one, turquoise. I had gotten another 3DS. I had, I think I only had 3 3DSs. I think, now that I think about it. And I had like at least 4 2DSs throughout my life at different times. And then there was a 2DS that folded but wasn't the XL. I remember some weird one. And then I had the 2DS XL, and after I didn't have it, I got it again. So I had like 10. Never owned a DS or a DSi though. And only ever owned one Game Boy Color and one Game Boy Advance SP. Never owned a Game Boy Advance. I owned a turquoise Game Boy Color. And that's the only Game Boy Color I ever owned in my entire life. And I had spent a lot of hours on that game, playing all sorts of games, mostly Pokemon. But I was very big into Pokemon, and especially the first and second generation, I was very big into. So I played a lot of those games. And then Harry Potter, and then I played on the weird versions of the Sorcerer's Stone and Chamber of Secrets. I remember even having games like that, which were actually kind of really cool. I remember getting quite addicted to at least one of those Harry Potter games on the Game Boy Color, not the Advance. I believe I had one for Advance, but I don't think I got addicted to that one. I think addicted was on Game Boy Color. And then I got a Game Boy Advance SP, which is probably, as my youth, was probably, was very significant console for me. The Game Boy Color was very significant as well. That played a mass impact. But the Game Boy Advance SP, really, I thought was the shit at the time. I was like, wow, this is way better than the Color, and can play some of my Color games. And I always thought that was cool. And I had like Pokemon TV show, Shrek and Shrek 2 I could watch. I had movies for my freaking Advanced SP, I remember. And that one was a blue one. That's it. That's all I ever owned. Those were very simple, very easy. Only one ever of each of those. 360s and 3DS, 2DSs. Oh god, those are the most messiest ones. The ones I've had too many of those. As PlayStation 1s, I have never owned a PS1 still to this day, actually. Never, not even a second-hand PS1. I've never actually owned a PS1. I had played other people's. I owned one PS2 my entire life, and it was the original fat version. And it would have survived to this day if it wasn't for the fire. That was the only thing I remember that broke on that system was the second player plug went back then, where you couldn't, if you plugged in a second controller, it would not read the second controller. But I solved that with an adapter that I could actually play four controllers up. That's what I used to do. What you could do, but and that's how I solved that. But that's probably a better way of solving it. And now at this point, I didn't know that back then, and now, but I'm convinced that would have survived. It'd probably still be kicking to this day. It was somehow built pretty sturdy, but you can't really say about 7th generation consoles. At least when it comes to the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360s, they have a history of not lasting nowhere near as long as the original Xbox. Even though I did own one secondhand original Xbox during the 8th generation, I was able to get an original Xbox, and I played, I think, I dabbled in games. I don't think I beat anything on it. The first time I ever played an Xbox was original Xbox was at my cousin's house, and they used to fight over them. And I remember they had 2 of them, and I remember on an arena. I actually somehow remember the first game I played on Xbox. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was one of the Tony Hawk games, actually. It was one of the first Xbox games I had ever played. Because I remember picking up that controller and being like, huh. And having a skateboard, and there is inside some arena that was like out, but there was like different things. It was more open, but it was like things going on in it. And it was on that map. I remember bits and pieces of them in my mind of what the map looked like. Now, the first Xbox 360 game I have ever played, because I did not jump on board. I did not pre-order that either. And that I actually got not too long after. It was a couple of years after it released, but that was the one I played first was also at my cousin's, which was the same cousin. Was, I believe it was the original Saints Row. Actually, I think was what it was, because that was like, and I barely played it. And then GTA 4, I think, was the first 360 game I played the most of. Before I had a 360, or it was Forza Motorsport 2, actually, probably beat that one, because I was at my stepbrother's playing the heck out of this game. And I had gotten the Xbox 360. We do the math. I had an account. This very account, actually, not the thing I'm on Xbox, I'm on PlayStation, sorry. But the very account, my modernization account that I had but I created on someone else's Xbox originally. And I believe at the time it was the same as my PSN. I think that's why, I kept it like my initials, numbers, and then I changed it for a time. I was Pro versus Elite was my name. Uh, I had a couple different names where I did Modern X Nation before I ended up with Modern X Nation, and then I eventually I had three names. I think is what I had before I had Modern X Nation. I think it was just four, and five if you count the starter name that I got before I named my gamer tag, and then went and changed it. So, which I believe was something crazy. Like, I don't know if it was my account or someone else's, but I remember this name. It was a generated name. It was called Party Pillow or some shit like that. It was like a late pillow or some shit. Or like, I don't know. It was like something like weird. That might have been someone else's gamer tag. But it was when I created the accounts, thank God that Microsoft was more flexible, because when I created my own PSN, it was not flexible really at all on the PS3. But when I created on the 360, it was. And my first game that I owned were two actually at the same time. I had gotten my Xbox 360 and then Gears of War 2 with my 360. And then I had gone out my way to get Saints Row 2 as well. So I had Saints Row 2 and Gears of War 2. And I had beat Gears of War 2 before I beat Gears of War 1. Which I still believe to this day is the first Xbox 360 game Xbox game actually ever that I finished the campaign of and played co-op with one of my cousins. I remember showed up and we would do split screen, and we beat Gears 2 and then we beat Gears 1 and Gears 3. I think we also beat. Somehow we reconnected, but I know we went our separate ways for a while. But that same cousin, I think we still finished. And then the other Gears, Gears Judgment, I believe I played by myself. It's the first one I beat or played by myself. I don't remember playing that one with anybody. Maybe I did, but I don't remember. And then Gears 4 was the last Gears I played co-op, which I played that. No, it would be either Gears 4 or Gears of War Ultimate Edition. I played Gears of War Ultimate Edition and Gears 4 with the same Ohio friend that I had never met in the real world, but I'd met on Xbox from Ohio, from Cincinnati. I don't even know if that guy exists anymore, but he returned and played two Gears games with me, and then Gears 5 I played by myself, which we were supposed to play, if I recall, co-op, but we didn't. Traditions die pretty fucking fast through my history. People go their separate ways. I think I had a knack of trying to play the same game with the same person. Try to do something like that, where do like a tradition, like play Gears, like I did with my cousin, and be like, I was like, now from that moment on, we just created a bond here, a brotherhood, and we now have to finish this franchise together. And we did the main line, because the story ends in Gears 3. So Gears of War 3. But after that, I don't know, drugs and or some probably, and family members and shit. A lot of signs of not so good things getting into the mix. Not for me. I actually, what was weird, I didn't actually have my first, beer funnel or the crazy shit until I was 17, which was still underage, by the way. And so I am backtracking. But I didn't do any drugs. I didn't do weed, none of that stuff in my teens. My 20s, I believe, is when I did do some stuff. Like I did try some things in my 20s, but not in my teens or youth. And when I was 17, doing my first beer funnel when I was 17, just don't do, right? But I did. I did do that when I was 17, and that was only because I had connections with a host that had hosted parties since they were in middle school, but they were drinking before middle school. And I was considered the person in the party as the late guy to the fucking club. Not that I never had alcohol before. I mean, I did have a mom, a biological mom, that had her own little parties at times that were sometimes centered around like NASCAR and stuff like that, and music, and I had tried, margaritas and Jello shots at, an age I probably should have never had, but and I did dabble in things like that by legally, but I was a kid. But yeah, so I never got into smoking. I had opportunities to get into smoking though when I was a kid, but I remember not being able to comprehend it as a kid why even kids or adults were smoking, because I was like, this shit tastes awful. I had tried a cigarette in my youth and knew instantly that it was not for me. I wish I could say that about alcohol, though. That was a different story. With alcohol, eventually, in my 20s especially, at one point in my life, I had to fight an alcohol addiction, let's just put it that way. I liked alcohol a little bit too much. But as other stuff, never got addicted to weed even when I tried that later on. I never tried mushrooms and offer, never did it. I had edibles. My first time edibles, I ate an entire plate full of different things. And I said I wasn't supposed to do that. I didn't know. And honestly, I think I just fell asleep. I don't really remember. I had no illusions or anything, or whatever they say. But I think I remember feeling very hungry, and then very tired, and then just passed out. And well, I guess you could. I don't know. I kind of went into a seizure once when I ate a bunch of edibles too, but I think that was a different time. And that was not like I didn't switch or anything. I just kind of zoned out for hours straight. I recall I was neither asleep or awake. I remember just I think I was in a different world. I was not on Earth. I was completely zoning out. I was. People probably look at me and see me staring at whatever I looked at last, and I'm gone. Silent, and just space now. I remember times like that. But from that, and then, like, you could say, like, arguable, like, video games are a drug. Can be. Um, Very rare when I get where I can't pull out of a game. It's more nowadays. It's like I have to put more force into me trying to get more into a lot of video games nowadays than in the seventh generation, which I found a lot of times where I was not having to try. I was very easily spending entire days on one game. Now I hopscotch, and nothing permanently glues. But I'm also thankful for that because I get to see things. Like I get to see what I think really is game of the year for pretty much most of the world, and what's good for the industry. And I kind of get this reading ability that I don't remember having back then. Because I was so immersed just in single stories or single things. Now I dabble more than what I used to do. Even though I did jump, not that I didn't jump around, because I remember someone asking me, like, you bought that game? Like, Never Dead? I was like, yeah, why? I remember I had, like, Never Dead up, and I was, like, playing Never Dead, and I remember, like, being this head. I told you, I had a lot of 360 games physically. It was my with 360 games. I didn't have nowhere near as many games like that for. I think I only had one console physically that could rival the 360 library that I had, and I don't think I had 300 something PS2 games. I think I had uh, maybe 200, but it's so hard to tell because those were disappearing faster than any other game I remember ever having. I also had a neighbor that borrowed games and never bring them back and stuff like that. So but I remember a lot of PS2 games because the PlayStation 2 was my first owned console, not my first owned gaming device. That goes to my Game Boy Color, the turquoise Game Boy Color. I only ever had one of that, one Game Boy Advance SP, one PS2 ever, and one GameCube. That was okay. The story of the GameCube is that I really don't know what got into me. Like I remember being like wanting one and making a deal and be like, oh, if I get you a GameCube, because I didn't buy the GameCube, someone else bought me the GameCube when I was a kid. That if I get you this GameCube, the deal was the PlayStation 2 is mine. What they were like, and I said, well, can I still play the PS2? They said, yeah, but it's no longer yours; it's mine. Was the deal? I could still play the PS2, but it was no longer mine. That was the deal, and so made that deal, and then I got a GameCube out of that deal that was mine, and that's how I was able to have two consoles. And I got that GameCube really late in the cycle because I think I got that GameCube when the Xbox 360 was either about to release or had just released around that time. I'm going to say like 2004. I know the 360 came out in 2005. I remember seeing the 360 in ninth grade. When I was in ninth grade in New York, you could well, not really. Back then, I was an oddity where I was from. I think I was only a ninth grader in computer tech, but Mostly it was juniors and seniors, but I had served my computer tech years not in my junior and senior year, but I had served it in my freshman and sophomore year. That's where I actually took my courses in computer tech. But when I took those classes in ninth grade, someone had brought in, because every Fridays, if we pass our tests on Thursday, this class was, I remember being like, thinking like how awesome it was. As long as we pass our tests on Thursday, and the mass majority is how it worked. Even if you didn't pass your tests, technically, you would get Friday free, but it depended on the majority of the class. Though, if more people pass their tests than those who would fail on Thursdays, Fridays were completely non-work days, completely free days where you could use all the tech. You could play computer games. You could play. That's where I played Medal of Honor for the first. Well, actually, I played Medal of Honor before then, but it was the first time I think I seen Call of Duty Classic and played it. I had Medal of Honor, Call of Duty were big in those classrooms. I don't even remember Battlefield existing at that time. It probably did, but a lot of people were playing Medal of Honor and Call of Duty. I remember more people into Medal of Honor at that time actually than Call of Duty in that class. But I think when I saw it, I remember people had Oblivion in that class. People had brought a 360 in on one of the Fridays, or a couple of Fridays, and I never played it, because, I don't know, I never did, but never there, I never played it, but, and they had Oblivion, I think, every time, so whoever brought it was a big Oblivion fan, because I'm pretty sure that was the game that every time I looked over that was on their display was Oblivion. But it's Elder Scrolls 4. But I have never finished Oblivion. It was still to this day. I had gotten far at one point in the 360, and then the remake came out, and not as far in the remake. I had beat Elder Scrolls 5, Skyrim, all the way through, and all the DLC, the 3 DLCs. I had gotten almost every achievement on the 360 version of Skyrim. I would have every single achievement if my account, my save file, did not get deleted by a friend of mine at the time. That when I believe I was sharing licenses, and I had somehow, because I remember at that time I was like sharing licenses with another console, which I remember you could do with a 360, and I used to share it with another console. I don't think it's as easy as nowadays. It's easier nowadays, but back then I remember going through these weird menus on the, or I remember bits and pieces of it, and it'd share the license, but my hard drive, at the time, and I think it was partly my fault, because I remember not thinking much and thinking like that wasn't my main hard drive, and I was like, and then I, and said, you can make room for what you want on there. I remember I believe I did say something like that, and that's why I didn't hate them for what they did. I didn't judge them for that. I understood that, but it really sucked because I had lost my main save file, which I had multiple save files, but for some reason there was only one save file at the time that had, for some reason, I had like all these save files that were back, but all that worked from a certain point, I had started saving on one save file, and for Skyrim, and I wish I never did that, because if I would have copied it, I wouldn't have had this problem. But unfortunately, it got deleted on that drive during that time. And then I went back and I was like, holy shit. This took me back to the Dawn Guard DLC. I was like, fuck, the whole entire Dragonborn DLC that I had invested in wasn't even started yet on that last save file. I was like, damn. I'd have to go back and replay all that again. And I might still have that save file to this day, that one. But out there somewhere in the world, who knows? Maybe not. If it's not to the cloud, I certainly don't have it anymore. It'd have to be in the cloud. And I do think at one point I had a cloud save after, but after that. And then I had never beat it again. The game. I had played it several times and done different factions, had done differently. I guess I played, every time after, I played more as an actual RPG, less than a let me conquer this game. Like the first time I played, I was like, I'm going to master this game. And then after, every time I played Skyrim, I played it through the lens of the character, with no desire to conquer the game, but just to play out a scene, and that's it, or a couple scenes, and then I think I just ended up easily stopping at that point, because I can only roleplay for so long before getting bored at times. So unless someone pays me, then I will be more motivated to do more role playing. But after that, I just look back at a lot of stuff. I don't know, like, the 360 I had 3 PS3s, I believe. My first PlayStation 3, I had burned in the fire. And I had 10 PlayStation 3 cases, but not 10 PS3 games. I had more than 10, because a couple of those cases had more than one game in them, like God of War had God of War 1 and 2 in it. And I remember my shelf having 3 PS3 cases, and that was it. I have no PS3 cases anymore. Because PS3 was actually, I think, the first console I started buying digitally on. I think it was the first console that started, it might have been, but I remember I had MAG physically, that was probably the only game I owned that is completely unplayable, so I've heard. Because that was an online-only game, if I recall. And I don't remember anyone ever talking about MAG. And I played MAG on PS3. I played a lot of games on PS3. But I also was a victim of one of the hacks. Not all of them. Only one of them I ended up getting affected by when I had, and that was, it was before the PS4. There was a hack before PS4. It was on the PS3. And my PSN, when it got hacked, it somehow gave whoever hacked it got hold of credit card, or card, and then started spending whatever they could off that card, and I was like, oh shit. But that only happened to me once on PlayStation. I'm like, uh, during, and I don't even know the extent of it. I canceled the card, and I don't ever remember figuring out how much it was, but I know that, I don't know, just some reason I didn't know entirely. But and then wouldn't allow it on, and at that point I started using cards on both systems for a long time. I was all like, I'm not putting my card on any of these ever again. I even was like, I'm sure Xbox would less likely happen, but I was like, I'm still gonna take that off and start using cards. I was like, I remember that at that point, I think through the whole beginning of Xbox One and PS4, I never had my card linked to it once. It's through many years, of first years of from 2013 and up, I would always use cards. Um, and I had my first PS4 I got rid of. I think I traded it for something. I can't really remember. Got rid of my first PS4. I didn't pre-order the PS4, and then another PS4 I had somehow broke. And I was like, what the hell? Like, I remember it just stopped working. Like, I had a PS4 that stopped working, and then at the time, and then I just had a lot of issues with one of them. The second one I had a lot of issues with, and then the third was the Pro. When I got the Pro, uh, I didn't have a PS4, and I guess some reason I jumped and decided to do the Pro at the time. And then I ended up with another PS4 Pro after that PS4 Pro. What in the hell happened to that one? I don't know what happened to that one. That's a very good question. That's the one where I played the God of War remake on it, and a lot of games when I started really playing and beating games on PS4 more than PS3. PS3 I played a lot of games, but didn't beat most of them, and maybe none of them. Played a lot of PS3 games, but I don't think I don't remember finishing any of them, um, because I was so busy with the 360 and my eventually the 3DS as well. No, the first PS4 burned in the fire. I couldn't remember if I sold it or whatever, but I didn't. No, no, it didn't. That wasn't. No, I'm sorry. That was 2012. So I think I had my first PS4 in the year after, so 2014, and I don't think I used it or something. It was weird. Like, I think my mentality at the time was like, I don't know. I think I did sell it or trade it or something. And then the second, I'm pretty sure broke. Because I remember like it wouldn't turn on at one point. It was like it would be like, I don't know, something that wrong with it. And then so at the point, I think I threw it in the garbage, if I remember correctly, because I thought it was like completely. And I remember actually I took the hard drive out because I was like, I can use this for a PC and all that. But then the third was the PS4 Pro, and I don't remember what happened to that. I don't remember what happened to that. It's so odd. Like, I don't remember what happened to that, but I know I had two PS4s. Never had a PS4 Slim, but I had two PS4s, base model, and then two PS4 Pros. That was it. And this is the only PS5 I've ever owned. This one right here is the only one I've ever owned. This is the base model PS5, and it's the only one I've ever owned. Now, as Xbox Series, let's start with Xbox One history books. The Xbox One, I'm supposed to have shut up like hours ago, but the Xbox One, story time, was the first game console I pre-ordered, not the first gaming device I pre-ordered. The launch for that thing. That was a disaster. That one broke, let's put it that way. I had a lot of things stacked on a shelf. Let's just say internally smashed from the inside. So, and the second, I traded for the Xbox One S. I traded towards the Xbox One S, my second Xbox One base model, and then I traded my Xbox One S towards the this Project Scorpio version of the Xbox. No, I had three Xbox One S's, and I had them all at the same time, and I traded one of the Xbox One S's towards the Xbox One X. Or no, it was different times. Because I remember having two Xbox Ones. I had an Xbox One S that I had traded for towards the Scorpio edition. Then at some point I had a digital-only Xbox One S that I gave away, that I bought basically as a gift that I got to check out. So, and then it had many years ago, and then that so maybe there was only two, but I feel like I had a Xbox One collector's edition or something, and I can't remember what it was. Almost. But I know that I had the Gears 5 Xbox One X. I had the first Xbox One X I had was a Project Scorpio edition that had ended up with heating problems. I remember that one, and then I traded it in. I think I traded that into GameStop towards something. Even though I was like, it was kind of broken, and I was like, they screw people all the time. I remember being like, and I didn't want to sell something to someone that may break, so that was already having issues. So, and I was robbed from GameStop once, more than once. Let's be real, a lot of people have been. So I decided that at that point that I would, and I managed to. It had a lot of problems. I mean, it had problems. It turned on, but you start to launch a game, heat up, and I'm trading. I had a Scorpio edition trade, and then I didn't have it anymore, and then I had, I believe, put it towards the. I think it was games or something. I think I bought probably a bunch of games or something. I can't remember, but I had a small pile of games at one point, but physical copies, and then Gears. I don't remember exactly how I got it, but I remember in my email And then I had Microsoft sent me Gears 5 or something like that. Gears 5. I don't remember ever paying for Gears 5. Let's put it this way. I don't remember ever paying for Gears of 5 Limited Edition, Collector's Edition, Xbox One X, and then receiving it in the mail. And then I was like, and I had like I remember something that said something like, thank you for being a Gears fan or something like that from the makers of Gears of War at the time. So I think it was a gift. I'm pretty sure it was a gift. And so I had that and the Gears 5 system. And then that got stolen or left behind or stolen because I didn't fight to get it back. And so whatever, and when I rented somewhere, and so that happened. But I don't remember the whole story behind that. I had I don't know a weird history with Xbox. Xbox. Even the Series X up there is not my first. That is my second Series X. So not up there. Why am I looking up there? Like it's still up there. Because I'm remembering it because it was up there and it looked nice up there. Now I currently have it hooked up to the TV because it works really good. One like all the way down or something. Move it around. That's it. The Series S's. The last one I had given it. I believe I gave it away. I don't, maybe I shouldn't have, but someone didn't have. I mean, they didn't have an Xbox. Like they didn't have an Xbox Series. So I was like, I don't know, something in me said, yeah, sure, have it. And so I let them have that. So. But I think I had 3 Series S's. No, 2. Yeah, 2. When I lost my first Series X, I also lost my first Series S. Because when I was stupid. I pre-ordered the Xbox One many years ago, but I did not pre-order any of the Series consoles. So I couldn't get a Series X from the stores. But somehow I managed to get a Series S, even after missing on the pre-orders. And so I had that first, and then I got the Series X. And then the reason why I would still have both of those, and it would be my first, and I didn't have the PS5. Oh, that's what happened to the last PS4 Pro. That's right, because I also had the Pro at the time. Forgot about that. So that's what happened, and then they never replaced it. They replaced the Series S and the Series X, but never the Pro. And I just ended up getting the PS5. So I know like the PS5 Pro's out and stuff, but I don't know. I just it's different times, Like I feel like if years ago I would have jumped on it in a heartbeat, but for some reason I have a sense in me that just says, nah. It's I don't know. It's like it's kind of like that, in between kind of feeling, and I didn't have that back then. I would I don't know, I just jumped. But this time around, mid-gen consoles refresh in my mind kind of felt like not really necessary. At the I kind of felt like a divide as well. Like almost felt like it divides the community a bit. Like one's better than the other, but you could say with Series X or Series S, right? But as well at launch, but that's the difference, right? With the Series of Series X is they kind of already did it. Right at launch. The PS5, when it first launched, it was the same model. Just one without a drive and one with a disk drive. Same exact system. And then they did the other models for the PS5. So I feel like Sony would have succeeded with me getting their PS5 Pro at launch. Like if it would have launched in 2020, even though I didn't pre-order, which now I'm going to be ready for the PS6. That's another reason why I'm like, the Pro feels, because I don't know, I do feel like I'd hate to buy this device and then the PS6 be announced to come out the following year. Like, let's say even if I got the PS5 Pro now, and then they announced the PS6 coming out, they announced PS6 and 26 coming out in 2027. Right? And that's the reason right there, another reason why. I don't know, it just feels weird. I mean, I feel like I am probably missing out on like the rate, like some of the tech stuff, but this game might look better on the PS5 Pro. But at the same time, I don't know. I think if I'm going to buy the PS5 Pro, it'll probably be, if I don't buy it, you'll know. Or they'll probably, if I don't buy it when GTA 6 or something comes out, then I'm never probably going to get it. But if the chances are, if I do get the Pro, it'll be around the times, probably like GTA 6 or something like that comes out. But I don't think I am. Like, I have a feeling like I don't know. I don't feel like I will. I think there's a better chance of me buying a Nintendo Switch 2 than there is PS5 Pro. And I don't like a lot of the practices that Nintendo is doing, especially right now. I don't know. It just feels off. But I might get a Switch 2 with that Pokemon deal. Questionable for Pokemon, for just Pokemon. Absolutely questionable. But that is more likely that I'm going to do that, let's put it that way, than I am to go out and buy another PS5 that has slight enhancements. Or some visual enhancements. I think at this point in my life, I feel like I feel off about mid-gen refreshes. I don't feel off about a new console though. Like that's weird. Like I guess like if PS6 rolls out, I'm all for that. But like the mid-gen cycle feels off. I did it last generation. And I actually think it really needed it more last generation than it does now, though. I believe, needed it. I mean, if I were completely poor and only had a Series S, and as X, and didn't have Series X, the Series S, I think I could be satisfied with the Series S if I had no other choice. Now, I don't think that would be the case for the base model of the Xbox One or the Xbox One S. Even though the Xbox One S was more powerful than the Xbox One, the Xbox One X. Let's just put it this way: it's. I think the Series S, because it has more support for it, is superior than the X. But the One X can really, some people could argue, could really keep up with the Series S in some spots. So it's interesting. Interesting. It's almost very messy. It's like it's trying to, I guess tell people, do you really want to go with every damn console? Can you keep up with everything? You're a multi-plat, or maybe they want, I don't know, like, why are they drawing someone in? I think at this point, this is the reason why video games no longer being exclusive to the platform is ideal, because then it makes the consumers really think even more about their choice of hardware. I don't think that's a good thing. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's a good thing, because having all this on multiple platforms, every game, because it was a demand on more of the exclusivity on the hardware. You see what I'm saying? And what you like that the hardware and the ecosystem does. Then having it where they're trying to sell you hardware you don't like, but there's a game you like, right? That's only on that. I think that is consumer friendly to have it so that there is no more exclusive games. It's good because it teaches people, lets people really learn like what really matters for hardware. Because let me tell you, like 8K seemed to drop off the face of the planet Earth. I never hear anybody talk about 8K games. Like, it just seemed like, that everybody was like, whatever. Like, I think even next generation, I don't think 8K has that enthusiasticness that 4K had. 4K is very odd because I feel like when 2160 showed up, it was all the talk. Like, it was something I could never, that everyone was talking about. Not just tech companies or tech spec people that are always going to be into almost everything, right? But it is an oddity. I think I never remember resolution talk so much in my life, than 2160p when 2160p showed up. I don't even hear it. Like I said, 8K just dropped off the face of the planet Earth. Where only like higher tech people talk about it. Like other people, like it was different with 4K. Like almost everybody was talking about it and into it. Like if you pay attention, it's very oddity. Like you see more people, like from the last generation, after getting into 4K, being more interested in even frame rate and perfections. And then now you're also seeing people, maybe they'll fight against or fight for licenses. Because I think what now is if there is a time in history, in video game history, that where people are going to be concerned about licenses, as crazy as that sounds, I think that's going to be one of the next fights or arguments. More than frame rate, even. I bet you that licenses are going to, if it's not a digital license or a physical license, or protection of digital licenses and protection of physical licenses of games that consumers buy, I think when someone puts something like Fortnite up, and someone invests so much money in Fortnite, that if they just shut that game down, do you know how much that would, how much of an impact that would have if Fortnite decided to no longer support Fortnite? If Epic decided one day, that this live service is done, and lots of people sunk their money into it, I think Epic could be in trouble as a company because they're in it too far deep. I think they started something that was a high demand on consumer licenses, even for Epic. But I don't think it's just them. I think if we're going to have digital games, which are very convenient, by the way, I really enjoy the conveniency digital games, but I do believe, and I do know that there is potential threat of licenses. It's not just a belief. It's like, oh, why they can't put certain games on another platform because of license differences, not because of they can't physically do it, right? A hacker could go in and do it, or a modder could go and do it, but illegally go and do it. But legally, and I think that is the issue that is very threatening when it comes to mostly the digital market. And I think that's a valid argument there that you can't just pretend it's not ever going to happen, which it already has at times happened to some games completely being pulled from, not usually when a game gets pulled, it's only pulled off the store and you'll still have access to it, downloadable. A lot of times it's a myth. Someone says you can't download it again. I could go download PT if I have a PS4. It's still, I have PT, right? The demo. I don't have a PS4, but I know I had it to my account, and I know if I went and got a PS4, I'm pretty confident I could re-download PT because it's still connected to my PSN. But if it's not, which sometimes games do that, they'll pull it directly from the consumer. Now that should be illegal. They should not be allowed to do that. That should be illegal. They should not be able to pull licenses out of consumers, bought in, that there's these contracts. You be careful. That's why you should probably read these contracts, like for when you go out and get movies digitally and stuff, because I think movies run into it even more than video games. I think video games are more secure than movies. I am less concerned for my video game library than I am my digital movie library. I am more concerned for my digital movie library, and the reason is because if you read that, yeah, all it means is license renewal. And that does get pulled out. I've had a movie or two get completely pulled out of my actual library, not just a purchase, and that's so it's like more than I have of games. So I do believe that frame rate perfection was what was motivated from last year or last generation, because what came from that generation was the push for resolution. That's why I think 8K, not everybody gives a shit about 8K, like everybody cared about 4K. And I think we got to that half and half 1080p 4K where people were fine with both existing. And then it went to demand on the death of screen tearing, that I think still, I think they didn't perfect that yet, but I think that's still a thing. And frame rate and stuff like that, and it went into that movement for performance, and then and I still think we're kind of in that phase still, but I think we're also moving into a very unique era of video games where those who were ignorance is bliss, are not going to not notice the disappearances or the threat of things. And I think at this point, like, we do live in a time where people are going to eventually, I don't think people realize it on day one. And that's why people who paid attention, which there are people who pay attention, but they're like the hardcore enthusiasts. And so when you say that, it's a very valid argument. I think I wouldn't be a bit surprised if the logical way to go about it for what you already have for your digital purchases is, so you never lose them, is security for for your licenses. In other words, you better download your games directly to a drive and hope that they don't render it so you can't use them. I mean, I think it's very interesting. Like, what is the motivation to, why am I not buying, part of me is like, oh, buy Silent Hill F on more than one platform, which I was like, you bought Mind's Eye on more than one platform. Guilty, right? I did. And I only beat it on PlayStation, and I probably will beat it on Xbox because I actually kind of, but at the same time, I look at it and I think, like, I'll enjoy Silent Hill F, I'm sure, and then I'm looking and like, why am I not purchasing games like I was in the beginning of the year or something, like the mentality. And it's a little thing called Xbox Play Anywhere, or this little thing that says Smart Buy, and I look at this thing and I'm like, huh. So if I buy Silent Hill F on PS5, I can get a PS5 Pro enhanced version, right? Which I don't have a PS5 Pro. Or I could get a 2 copies of an actual game from the Xbox where it's on Windows, where it's a PC version, and an Xbox version. And I'm like, if I had to choose between the two, I mean, I think it's a no-brainer, the Xbox having the the licenses split, where I get 2 licenses, where I basically get the Windows PC version, and I get the console version, which I think is like paying for the price of one game for 2 is what it feels like. I feel like I just bought Silent Hill F on Xbox and got 2 copies. That's what I feel like. Now I feel like if I buy Silent Hill F on PlayStation, I feel like it's easy to stream YouTube, because for some reason I've never hooked up a PC to my Xbox to stream YouTube. I do stream on Twitch, but through that, but they don't have YouTube, and sometimes I wish they did, but they don't, and it's very odd, weird. I am on the side of actually really enjoying the DualSense controller as well. It's the first PlayStation controller that I actually really like. I think it's weird as hell. There's some things I still feel uncomfortable about doing. Is this mic talking thing, for example, makes me feel odd. But at the same time, I don't hate that it's there. I think, like, this controller is a very feels like a unique experience compared to other controllers. I just like when you pick up Switch controllers, it has its own feel. I think I didn't really have that even with the DualShock 4. I think the DualShock 4 started to get me interested with when I wasn't wearing a headset, And then the DualSense was the one that got me interested, to be honest. It wasn't really the DualShock 4 or the PS4. But I think, if you ask me, this is Sony's best controller. I do like the DualSense controller. People will say they like PS2, PS3 controllers better. I guess now the PS3 fucking controller. I remember PS3 controllers were so weak. I think the PS3 controller was freaking cool. The way you had that gyroscope and you still have some of the features, but I don't think all the features. I don't remember what happened, but I do think there were some things that were interesting about it, but I also think the controller was so plasticky. And a lot easier to break. Now, I've broken more 360 controllers probably than any other controller as controllers broken in my life. Probably 360 controllers the most, but at the same time they were. I don't know. Back then I didn't know how to fix them. Now I know how to fix them if something went wrong. But at the same time, it's like I don't know. But the reason why I didn't have PS3 controls broken was because I didn't really have a shitload of PS3 controls. I had one PS3 at the time for a long time. So, and I had like, I don't know, 13 games for it physically and a couple digitally. I had started buying digital games on the PS3, I think, first, before even the 360. And I look back at that. I wish I would have spent more time with the PS3 sometimes back then when I had it, but I didn't. I had gotten attached to it, and I think I let other people influence me away from it because no one was interested in the PS3 that came to my parties. I used to host gaming parties. One of my favorite fucking things, which I wish I had evidence for, it's like, seems like it never happened. Like, to someone else, it's like, they don't know what happened, right? I mean, they just gotta trust that I say it, but we're not. And I think, like, the having that, experience and seeing that more people were interested in the 360 that were coming over to the gaming parties also motivated, I don't know, 360 just hooked a lot of people. And I had PS3 at those parties. And everyone would bring their 360s. I'd provide. That's when I started providing 360s. So I got the extra one, and they still would bring. And I remember being like, I would get more, but I didn't have to because they decided to get their own. And at the time, I couldn't afford to buy everyone a 360 so they could take it home at the time because I was too busy financing the party room, the game room, and getting food for everyone because I was also the cook. I didn't only provide the space, I also cooked. That was my responsibility as the host. I thought it was. That I had to provide food for my guests, or I was a bad host, is what I felt like. If I didn't have screens for everyone who wanted a screen, and it didn't have seats for everyone, and what they want in that system they wanted to play their games on. And I'm talking Skyrim was on multiple 360s on multiple screens in the same damn room, and where I've been in some people's houses where they thought that was weird, didn't like it. And I was like, I thought it was cool, but so many people were into Skyrim, and they were willing to make some time as a community for Skyrim and on multiple screens and play it on different screens, a single-player game. They turned into a cooperative discovery game, like let's find out how to glitch to the environment where everything is before it's on YouTube, as an example. Which I remember, I remember my cousin in particular found the most. And they weren't even on YouTube. We all probably found at least one, but he found a lot. And they weren't on YouTube. At the time, they weren't on YouTube. I noticed like some of them made it on YouTube later on. That's the thing, right? I mean, people, they want to know, you got, sometimes you were like, oh, well, this person got credit for discovering first, but maybe someone else discovered it and just didn't upload it for the world, you know what I mean? So in a way, you could be like, well, that's the first person who shared it with the world. Maybe they're wrong about the first person who discovered it. Like, I think that was a very hard one to figure out. Because I'm sure someone out there discovered shit that before it was on YouTube on day one. Some crazy addict. Well, I bet you someone out there did. I started discovering things on, I'd say probably about not day one, but day two. For me, it was like day two when I started to figure out the glitching, that the environment glitched and that there was something going on here. And I think one of the first things I found was my first chest was in this town, and I had accidentally found it. And I believe that was on day two. So, and I think that one was one of the first that were found on YouTube as well. I think that when I looked it up, it didn't take long before someone posted that find on YouTube. So I'm sure like a lot of people, I was in the same boat like as a lot of people was that being. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe like Bethesda has some kind of record to see who found the first chest that was glitched and found by the most majority of players that were playing Skyrim back then when it released. I think I wouldn't be a bit surprised if there was more than one, that there was a shitload that had discovered probably the same damn glitch before it was even on YouTube. Video game industry is weird, constantly evolving. A different subject, it feels like it has become a mental subject sometimes, or a drug, as I've heard several people put it. But I think it's an interesting time. I don't have the friends, that I once had that were interested in games that would play co-op or I'd hop on a game, play the same game. Like I have one friend that I know that still plays games, but they don't play games. They play Call of Duty, and that's it forever, for life. Let's be real, they'll be playing Call of Duty forever. And that's awesome that they have that. Call of Duty has that, Activision has that, but I don't want to play Call of Duty forever. I want to play something else, It's like shit. And I lost, I don't know, people just, one never got back on. I never saw my Ohio friend just disappeared. Right? You don't know what the hell they're doing in their life. Last time I heard, he said he was going to work on a ship or something. Or something with boats or something. And maybe that was a hell of a trip. I don't know. That was like, oh, I don't need video games anymore. I don't know. But I don't know. But I know that their gamer tags is something like 500 and something days absent at this point. Like, it's like, or they're just offline all the time. I don't know. People disappear. I feel like it's a lot harder to make friends than it was back in the seventh generation. It was so easy to make friends from across the world on the Xbox 360, and now it feels like it's so hard to make friends on series consoles or PS5. And I think most of it for PS5 is that because I play single player games more and I enjoy single player games more than I do multiplayer games. And I like co-op games, but when it comes down to playing a co-op game, I don't have someone to play a damn co-op game with, right? Because I didn't make new connections. And if I make new connections, it's like obligation to play that same multiplayer game. Like some people, forever. And I don't know about any. I am maybe a little too much into variety when it comes to video games. Like, I've never played Mario World, for example. Mario Kart World. But that doesn't mean I wouldn't play it, but I know I certainly wouldn't play it forever. See what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like, I wouldn't want... I mean, I could see myself playing that, with a group of people, for sure. Not every freaking day, though, right? That's what I'm saying. Like... Be right back. I need poison. Diet poison. So, not providing for people physically, mostly anymore at all. Less than back then, for sure, significantly. Had opened me up to things like PAX West, Game Fest, like actually being able to afford to go to these places, because I couldn't afford them back then because I was too busy funding games and environmental stuff for other people to play with me or by themselves in the same environment. So that's I think one of the biggest motivations and reasons why I have branched out. And I noticed that I've been to PAX West. My experience at PAX West, it's so easy to talk to people. Some people, I only had one person that was like, yeah, they were very like, a questionable person, that I talked to. Everyone else was great at PAX West. And I talked to so many people, and I may never remember any other names, unfortunately, because it happened so fast, and none of them stayed, but it was easy to talk to people. Easy to stay connected, that's a different story. Easy to get into the line and play the games and talk to complete strangers, definitely easy to do. Not so easy to create an everlasting bond, though. I still did something wrong there, but I don't know, maybe they'll remember me more than I'll remember them. Or I just said, there's so many people that go. And that was only my first time. and I could have like completely walked past my my puzzle piece and didn't even know that they existed or something. It's like or something like that. I played Marvel Rivals. True, but I don't play Marvel Rivals. But I've played Marvel Rivals, and I was playing Marvel Rivals when it first came out. But I haven't played Marvel Rivals in an incredible long time. I think since December or November, or November, December, somewhere around that, or maybe January. I walked up, said, "Can I go in there?" I was wondering what it was. Like, that's how it was in PAX. Unless it's, I was waiting to get rejected. I almost feel like some of this stuff I'm asking is probably like a hell no or something. But surprisingly, they were all very nice and let me in. I talked to several people in that cop room. I had talked to. They may not remember me, and I am going to be honest. I wouldn't remember them if they weren't actors that you could look up on your phone, and see and compare, see them. And I autograph, and I was like, I was like, I don't know, like, I wasn't really, I don't know if autographs really are my thing, but I was like, I wasn't feeling it, but I was like, I just thought that was cool. It's my first PAX, ever, and I was like, I was just wondering, I like to talk, I like to tell stories, and I was like, you guys look like a couple of fun guys to talk to, so I was like, maybe if you want to talk, I just want to talk. I was like, and they were freaking cool about that. They were like, yeah, let's talk. That's awesome. They were like, yeah, that's cool. And so we talked about Marvel from their game that they star in, the Marvel Rivals game, which the guy that I talked to the most plays Adam Warlock, and you could pull him up. That's how I would be able to remember who he is exactly. And I hit it off with him. I was talking with him for a while about ideas for other Marvel games as well. I wasn't just talking about that. I even said, I was like, Expedition 33 is going to win Game of the Year. I just feel it, right? And they have nothing to do with Expedition 33. And they didn't say fuck off. They were still very nice, and and we talked. So, give me a second. My phone's right here. And the other one was from Moon Knight. The actor that played Moon Knight in the game, who looks more like Thor, right? You'd think he was Thor. I mean, he looks like a Thor. And he is fun as shit. Like, he has such a great sense of humor and vibe to him. Like, just hanging out with them for the brief amount of time that I did, and watch how they were with their fans, and when they got like a group photo, and they would reenact scenes from the game, and the way that they did it was just, it was a vibe. It was really, really freaking cool. And I didn't participate in that, but I didn't want to, that's their thing. They were actually getting photos and stuff. But I was able to witness it from a side, before and after the conversation, because I didn't want to take up anybody else's time. That's how I was. I let other people, I was like, which is how it should be. I believe that's how it should be. Like, people do come there probably more with the wisdom and knowledge than I did at the time, because I was really going in there naive, but very interested in ideas, and where characters can go, and story arcs. I never played Adam Warlock or Moon Knight characters, and I said that too. I was like, I never played them, but I played Magic the most. Actually, I would play Magic at the time. I was playing Magic the most. I played Doctor Strange, Scarlet Witch. I think I played. I don't know if I played Venom, but I think I did for a brief moment in one game. I think I only played like Venom once. I don't remember, but I do remember Magic the most because that was my favorite, or the character that I chose to play as was the Queen of Limbo. It was fine, but actor who plays Adam Warlock in Marvel Rivals. Jordan Reynolds, a freaking awesome guy that really seemed genuinely interested in my ideas. You know, I think we were talking about like Marvel movies, you know, Marvel games like that have been made and what could be made in the future as well, like stuff like that. I talked to him the most. And then actor who played Moon Knight in Marvel Rivals, Eric Roth, who looks like Thor. Does he not look like Thor, though? I mean, he does have a giant beard and give off that more of a Thor essence. I could see them in real movies even. I don't know if they ever starred in movies, but in my mind, I can actually I get that image and they have the interest to do it. That's what I love about it. It's not very often that I get to talk to people who are interested in bringing stories and bringing characters to life. Usually I talk to people and they get fucking bored out of their mind about this stuff. Like they're not interested in you know, ideas. You know, like I had ideas for a Thor Valhalla. Fuck, let's be real. I wrote an entire fucking fan script for Thor Valhalla. And Act 1 was named wrong Valhalla, okay? So, let's be real. And I had altered a lot of that script. You know, because scripts are easy to write. It's not a damn novel. You get quotations, you set environments. You have to think about the dialogue that makes sense during what the actions that the character is involved in. It's not a novel. It's a movie. Just written in, you know, in that format. And that's how I wrote that. And so I had this idea that Thor was going to die in Avengers Doomsday. That was that's what I was like. I said, I don't know. It just came. I was like, Thor's going to die. And I was like, hell yeah. I wasn't sad about it. I was like, hell yeah. And I kept thinking, George Miller, Anna Taylor-Joy as well. Who was going to play Ballisto? I started having all these crazy ideas for a death-centered film. And I was like, well, I wish Magic would have her own origin movie. And then I was like, before the Queen of Limbo, telling you the origin story. But then I was like, well, Iron Man kind of has to be a part of that too. If we're doing the Invincible Iron Man, then yes, he has to be a part of Limbo arc with Ballisto if we're going to do it right. not the devil, not Mephisto, but it could get changed to Mephisto. But in this case, it's someone who was ruling Limbo before magic ruled Limbo, and it was this idea to combine the soul of Tony Stark and Thor, the Rune King Thor, King Rune Thor, Thor King, King Thor Rune, with the crow and collects and becomes basically harnesses all that power and magic. A couple differences: he does probably commit suicide cinematically because this is a PG-13 probably film. Still, I don't, and if it, so it's like, and I kind of like to. I thought it would be better if we integrated the Thor Valhalla story into Rune King Thor and did a hybrid story arc, but with the two combined, where we're doing direct things out of the comics, but also mixing it up a bit, in a sequence of recreating and having Loki reach from beyond, having his essence a part of that Thor Valhalla. And I thought, like, how cool would it be to tell a story not about how Thor died, but what it's like to process into the wrong hall of victories and not being ready to die and knowing that there is something bigger going on that is even being felt in the afterlives, like parties. And that I felt like this shook with the multiverse. And that Limbo is just like a really just a dining room table kind of vibe, right? In the middle of hell, a version of hell. Like, and you're like, well, this ain't hell. Like, I just hate to imagine what the hell is. If there's demons running around conquering and this wasteland and this Ballisto figure, it's like, and that kidnap magic and holds her hostage and, in training before she, becomes the queen of Limbo. And I was like, we could put magic in there. We could put Iron Man in there. Be the soul of Iron Man, if it fits, because it goes with the invincible Iron Man. So we could put Devil Hulk in there. We could have Hell Hulk show up as well and start building onto that arc in that. So there's all these different things. Wolverine could get the Paris the Demon and become Helverine. So I kept thinking of all these really badass supernatural arcs that really had very little to do with Earth and had pretty much everything to do with death and how death operates in the Marvel Universe and how some living people can actually travel right into death. Like magic is alive, but yet she could open a portal and walk right into a version of death, right? A layer that is considered a part of the multiple layers of the afterlives. That Limbo is like, it's Limbo. You're not quite there, but you're also there. That's what I kept thinking over and over and over again, that, how very little time people got with, they got more time with Savage Hulk, but how they're going to get probably even less time with World Breaker Hulk because of the supernatural coming so soon. That I wouldn't be surprised if World Breaker Hulk is literally only in one movie, and that the rest of the movies is Immortal Hulk. Like a crap load of movies that involve more Immortal Hulk than even
World Breaker Hulk. And I kept thinking, and I was like, well, you know, what would be kind of neat? You know, I'm not saying Captain America Brave New World was a perfect movie, but it was kind of neat that they brought some Incredible Hulk characters back. And I know the Hulk isn't really tied into the MCU, the Hulk one, the 2003 Hulk movie, but neither was the X-Men from the Fox universe or the other Spider-Man until it was. So I sat here and thought, where's Nick Nolte? Where's David Banner? And I thought, did the Absorbing Man go to hell? And did he absorb it? Did he become Devil Hulk? Did he become Hell Hulk? Or did he become the One Below All? Which doesn't, I mean, that's too far. One Below All is supposed to be, it's just way too, that wouldn't really, I guess, make sense, because he's, One Below All is supposed to be the most powerful, two of the most powerful entities. There's the One Below All and the One Above All. You kind of think of the One Below All. I think also has a connection to Gathia that was in like the Loki TV show. That this wasteland that everybody's getting sent to might be Limbo. Another way of saying that maybe it is Limbo, and that hell's about to spill out onto Limbo, that's basically what it is. When you get pruned, you get sent to that place. I think that that place is probably going to have more than one name in the MCU. That they'll probably do it differently. That maybe that's the spill. You have a lot of worlds. You got to prune an entire world and it goes to another world. It's a lot different than a world crashing into another world, like Secret Wars, where there is two particular worlds that were the loudest that I remember that came together, and two Earths from two different universes, which would be quite a freaking scene to cinematically even bring that to life. Let alone showing all the worlds. So I wouldn't be surprised if all these set pieces that people see might not even be a part of the actual mainline movie. They could be scenes that have happened on other worlds that they want to show you what happened on those worlds before destroying those worlds. Because they might do something crazy like that. That in the background, right? Or show you a glimpse of 100 stories. X-Men, Deadpool and Wolverine showed you a glimpse of not 100, but showed you a glimpse of at least a handful of just Wolverine stories, including the first one he was ever in, which was a Hulk comic with Wolverine versus the Incredible Hulk. So, and then there's all which are actual stories that you could go read if you can't unfortunately watch them, maybe mentally in your head, visually, but read them. You can go, find those comics, those stories. I really think Deadpool and Wolverine is, if not the greatest Marvel movie ever made, is one of the best Marvel movies ever made. Because of alone, just by itself, showing you the scenes from genuinely accurate like to the comics, showing you that it can. It was a moment that I feel like the audience that knew nothing about the comics was getting a glimpse for the first time ever into actual comic books with a Marvel movie that was with those scenes that were more accurate, because I can't recall a single Marvel movie that was identical. For Marvel films, it was 100% identical. I mean, even Deadpool and Wolverine wasn't 100% identical, but you can't go wrong because Deadpool was crazy, right? So, but it is a lot of the scenes in that were 100% accurate from comics. And, there's, scenes that I saw that I did catch my eye on X, like Wolverine versus Predator from the comics, and, it's just AI. It makes you wonder, because there is comics where Wolverine versus Alien versus the Predator, or Predators and Aliens, and it's, yeah. People don't know, really, people that never read these stories or never got a glimpse into those worlds are like, don't know what the hell that they could walk into when it comes to the multiverse of just Wolverine by himself and all his stories, which have never been told cinematically ever. We're talking some of the most epic scenes that have never been shot, and with a camera, like by a director in the comics. And I think we did get one of the first that I think most epic scenes to me was, even though it was very quick, was his first appearance with the Hulk. I think that was, a taste of what's on the horizon for Wolverine. And if you want to even go down the rabbit hole for when he gets the parrot, the demon, which means, you know what that means? They could use the Logan who died from the Logan movie. He could already be sitting beside Mephisto, could already have his soul. And that demon that he latches him to, which creates and turns him into the Wolverine, which would make sense if you're going to do a supernatural version of Wolverine and want Wolverine to be associated with a team like the Midnight Suns. Because regular Wolverine doesn't make much sense with the Midnight Suns. A supernatural Wolverine, aka Wolverine, does. Midnight Suns is, if I were in charge, the rule for Midnight Suns is, if they ain't supernatural, if they don't have something connected to death itself, or Mephisto or Lilith, their essence is not tied to that, then they shouldn't be a part of it. Which means pretty much every character from Strange Academy could be in Midnight Suns in some format. I think that's a little crazy, to have them all front center. I wouldn't do that. I think that's more like a background, maybe it's a couple scenes, but, Strange Academy could be existing by the time Midnight Suns is even created. And in a way, the Midnight Suns already existed, because they had gone back and they have the alley. Which I think that the castle, uh, what is it called in Loki season 1, the end, the 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 end, or the place with no time, the end place is the alley. Except for it's a lot smaller in Loki season 1 than it is in the comics. The only problem with that is that they're lacking a lot of grounds. That there was more grounds on there, and they did have a headquarters called the Alley, which was not on a world or in a multiverse. It was in a completely dimensional plane, a rift that actually required a character like Magic to open the door so other characters can even enter. Which means without certain characters, they can't even get back to their headquarters. That's crazy. I think people will be just fine if they see a bunch of fighting and crazy ass scenes. And at this point, I'd much rather play Wolverine than actually watch Wolverine. You know, Insomniac is making Wolverine, or probably has Wolverine just about done, and that is probably my most anticipated game. That's the reason to get a PS5 Pro. That's a PS5 Pro motivator right there. Even though it's so, it's not just the price. It's the premise idea of the divide of making it so someone has to, or to have there's a better version out there of something that you would feel like a console should include its entire community. Right? Or am I just an asshole thinking like that the Pro and these other SKUs feel a little divided? Like dividing their, I don't know. It really says graphics, power. There better be better frame rates. Right? It's screaming like there better be this ray tracing. Better not be a myth. I haven't seen 8K once on this PS5 yet. I saw 8K more on my PS5 box than I have on the PS5. Funny, right? No 8K advertising for the Pro. And I mean, what am I supposed to get rid of this? If I get rid of that, then I gotta go buy a disk drive. For the Pro. Maybe it's an incentive. I don't know, it's possible. A trade-in, but that's also my first PS5, so I don't know if I want to, you know, it's not often that I keep my first. I have a history of not keeping my first. You know what happened to my Game Boy Color and Game Boy Advance SP and GameCube? GameStop happened. A really bad trade-in deal my kid self made. That allowed myself to get robbed. What did a PSP cost back then? That silver jack, silver, it said a silver Daxter, that's what it was. It came with Daxter. A silver Daxter PSP cost at the time. How much did the silver PSP Daxter bundle cost?
According to IGN, the bundle was first announced at E3 2007,
Says
along with the news that future PS
$199.99.
come in new colors, including ice silver and ceramic white.
All right.
and feature faster data caching and a big
I had the silver
The
one.
Daxter pack is $199.
$199. I went to GameStop, traded a Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance SP, and a GameCube, and accessories like a GameCube, a Game Boy, I think it was a Game Boy Advance reader or something for the GameCube, and I had a cord that was also for the Game Boy Advance and the GameCube, and several GameCube and Game Boy Advance games, and a Game Boy Color game, and you know what I got? Not enough to buy that game, that system right there. I'll tell you, if I recall, it only came to. I remember being like, "Oh man, it's like almost the price of a game." What was missing? And I still had to pay cash to get that PSP. And I lost a lot to get that PSP. Isn't that something? I do think that I some questionable shit in my life. I look back at that. Everybody wanted a PSP, and one of the biggest complaints for the PSP was that it only had one analog stick. Apart from that, it had great support. I had a lot of games. I played GT. Fucking Rockstar made Grand Theft Auto games for it. Which I don't think they made a single, maybe Chinatown or Vita, but they didn't make anything for the Vita. Vice City Stories. I mean, they had a lot of support on the PSP. And the PSP was significantly flawed compared to the PS Vita, which was a far superior handheld. For the brief amount of time that I had with it, I know it was better than PSP, significantly. And yet it lacked support. But then again, I never replaced it. So I might be part of that problem after my fire. And I only played demos and free Park Place game on it at the time, and Unit 13. Because Unit 13 was the only PS Vita game I had at launch. That OLED AT&T Vita popped like fucking popcorn in a slightly open dresser drawer that had nothing in it. But because I don't know, my mind, I was probably starting to turn into my Vita drawer or something. Because I had my Vita accessories, which wasn't much, it was mostly empty, in the Vita. I wonder if it would have survived if it was shut. Because funny thing is that in those dressers back in 2012, I remember pulling out dressers. I felt at that point, before I went back in, I felt like I lost everything. And then I had an awakening that I didn't lose everything. And I pulled out dresser drawers. Fucking wooden things in one of the rooms. And pretty much everything in those drawers survived. Some had soot on them and some didn't, though. Like had a thick layer of soot on the top layer of some of the drawers. But if that suit was on top of like the Vita or something, I'm sure that Vita would have booted right back up eventually. You know, it makes me wonder if it was just meant to be because of the the drawer was so slightly open, and I know that I didn't shut it all the way. Because I don't know, I just remember not shutting it all the way. Well, it was like a crack open. Everything in the oak chest, including the silver Daxter. Sometimes I say the Jack and Daxter, but it was actually Daxter. I misspeak. But my silver Daxter PSP that I no longer use and nobody used survived. I gave that to someone who helped me out, or like to their grandkid that helped. Their grandparents helped me, and their grandkid wanted it, and I was like, okay, and I let them have it. But they kept and that was the last I've ever seen the PSP. It was a hell of a time, I'll tell you. I remember, like I said, my 3DS. I still could see the Ocarina of Time shell that I had gotten from GameStop, which was like you get one or two, and it was like a gamble, and I got one of them, and I was like, I put it over, and I used that device a lot, so much that I actually did replace that device down the road more than once. And that device went down in history as probably my favorite Nintendo device ever made, possibly, or up there as one of them. Like, I enjoyed the 2DS XL back in the day a lot. I thought it was an incredible device. It was, I don't know, I really liked it. But 2011 when the Nintendo Switch came out, it was March 2011, and I remember being like, yeah, it was 2017, sorry. The Vita, I'm thinking, is 2011, I think. So 2017 in March was the Nintendo Switch. And so, and it's weird because I remember back in 2011 when I had the 3D Hus, I would be on the phone a lot with Nintendo about certain things with the device. And I was an ambassador and getting things hooked up. And I remember saying at the time, can you imagine if it was like an entire console and you could take the console out and then put it back in, like if Nintendo, like, or any like, I was like, anybody decided to create a hybrid system. And that was in 2011 with on the phone with Nintendo people for my 3DS related stuff, and after that point, it's the Wii U came out. I rented a Wii U. I never owned a Wii U, but I rented a Wii U from Rent-A-Center. I wanted to try it out. I was like, how does Rent-A-Center work? And I was like, oh, if you pay it off in 3 days, you're going to be paying more than what it's worth in 3 days. But if you don't pay it off within those 3 days, you're going to be paying even more. I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, wouldn't it be more ideal if I just went out and bought the damn thing than to rent it and pay it off within 3 months? I was like, I did not keep it at that price, though. I'll tell you that. I rented it, I think, for I think I suffered 2 payments of some kind. I think I had it for like 2 months. And I was like, I don't know, maybe I took this too far. The Wii, I still have the Wii. There was Wii's because like people that didn't play video games played the Nintendo Wii. So I had someone else's Wii as well, but they wanted to sell it, so they sold their Wii, and I was able to keep my Wii, and I love my Wii. I don't use it anymore, but it's great. Like if you mod the thing, don't tell Nintendo, which right now it's not modded because the chip that was required in it, I don't have anymore. Or I borrowed it actually. I didn't actually use my own. If I recall, I used someone else's at the time. But yeah, the only thing is missing is the SD because it was modded through the port using SD on PC, hooked up to the PC. And so what happened? But anyway, that's not just a Nintendo Wii. It has the GameCube built into it, which would get more use out of it. As once upon a time, I was a very big Nintendo GameCube fan. I had never gotten into the Wii. I think me and in my Wii, I think me and a different cousin, the one that actually only really likes Call of Duty anymore, were the only two that played it. Played on my Wii. And that was Wii Sports and the other Wii Sports game that I had got the special controllers or controller adapters for because I didn't have the upgraded controllers. I had the old Wii sticks, so I had to get like these sleeve things that would like pop in to modify it so it could function properly with the other sports game, which I think I still have to this day. Which is crazy that somehow that survived. Is it in this drawer? I think I have it close by even because I pulled it out not too long ago. No, it is in here though. It's in the closet. Oh yeah, 360. I forgot I still have my 360. One of my 360s also. I thought I didn't have a 360 anymore. I forgot I have one still. When I pulled open that drawer, I found a 360 in there. But okay, so I don't have all the Wii games I used to have, but and this one I think wasn't even mine. I think this was my mom's or something, and my biological mom or somebody had this one, and I don't know how I got it. It just fell into I don't remember how I got this, but I think this one was my sister's or something. This one wasn't mine. I just ended up with it. So they don't have a Wii, but if they ever got a Wii and wanted it back, they can have it. But maybe it was this one. One of these two were the other I had that I got from a Big Lots or something. One of them I remember I bought from Big Lots. And one I didn't. I don't remember. But either way, because we play and game sports. That tells you what I used the for Wii games for. I didn't even play Mario or anything like that on here. Or anything like that. And I had these games for a long time. Of course, the original world's most popular game ever. Right? I mean, how many people have played this that were non-gamers? I would be a bit surprised if Wii Sports is one of the most played games ever in history. It might win the world record. I like to challenge that and see if it actually is the world's most played game in history, because it might be. And then this one I remember having to upgrade my controllers for. Because we played the hell out of the Wii Sports, so I went all the way out and got the next big one at the time, which was, it's not even coming through, which is Wii Sports Resort. And, yeah. I don't think I ever had a Mario game for the Wii. Not once. I think it was all these sports and party games, if I recall, that I had for the Wii. And for GameCube, I don't have any GameCube games anymore. But I used to have one of the rarest and most expensive GameCube games that are out there called two of them. Pokemon. I had Pokemon Coliseum, which is incredibly up there in price last time I checked, and Pokemon, the really unique, like, it was dark or something, that I think last time I checked, one of them, when I looked, was like $300. I don't know if that's accurate, but I was like, holy shit. I wish I would have kept that game. And like I said, the best thing about this Wii is this freaking awesome thing right here, which was to my childhood of GameCube hardware that I used to have so much fun with, more fun than I had with the Wii, called the Nintendo GameCube. I had picked up and I never owned a 64. I picked one up in prosthetic limbs hospital for I was in a prosthetic. I was in a hot waiting room, a rich fancy hospital because my cousin. But that's his story to tell. But anyway, that was the first time I ever played it. And I remember, like, the games are cool, but this controller's freaking weird. I was like, at the time. And I picked it up later on at somebody's house and played Banjo-Kazooie for the first time. And I still think, oh no, I actually played GoldenEye at somebody else's house, tried GoldenEye out. And I was still like, people used to play with this thing. I was like, this is such a weird controller. It's not my favorite, but I think it's funny. My favorite Nintendo controller, it's probably the 2DS. I'm just kidding. The GameCube, the 2DS XL. This controller, which I don't actually have a licensed version of it anymore. How bad this controller turned out. This is the Wii controller that I had. And, you know, this is the GameCube, which was the off-brand GameCube controller that I only have left. Is this? I think I got from the dollar store. This was that adapter that I was telling you about, that you don't need this adapter if you had upgraded controllers, but I don't have the upgraded Wii U controllers. I only have the original. and I think something happened to one of the nunchucks and controller because I think I only have one set of everything left. Oh, and I have a PS4. I found a PS4 controller in there, but I don't have a PS4 anymore. I have the see-through, which had one of my least favorite ports of all time. This port right here, I think USB-C is one of the greatest things that ever happened. That everyone went to USB-C. And now it's like every I just need a USB-C. The only problem I have to worry about is that something doesn't have a USB-C end, if it's a two-way USB-C, or if I need an adapter to turn it into USB, or I have to go and get a USB-C with a USB, or whatever. Well, that sounds like a lot of potential problems, right? But it's not even nowhere as close to this error time, where you just in the 8th generation still had a lot of cord problems. One of the best things that came out of the 9th gen is the same chords. Like isn't that? I might be weird, but I think that's one of the greatest things that came from this generation is that everyone went with one chord for as charging, like the USB-C. It's not a problem if it's a wired controller, though. But somehow I just really like this controller. Even though right now it doesn't feel nowhere near as good as the Xbox or the PlayStation controllers. And this, though, is not a licensed version. I used to have licensed versions, but this is a version. I know it works. So you tried it out the other day, not too long ago. Is a cheap dollar store. I think I got it from the dollar store. It was like $5 or $10 or something. 5 or 10 many years ago. And the problem with playing games, if I do, I don't know how many GameCube games, but if the one piece of hardware that I would need, the only thing I need for the GameCube, apart from the games, because I already have the GameCube right here, is if I don't go and mod another chip, and I decide to get actual physical copies, I'll need a GameCube memory card, which I do not have. This was modded. Did have it modded. It is no longer modded because if you know anything about modding on the Wii, or the way that it was done was through a PC and SD card that I no longer have. You know, holding these old controllers, I'd say this controller is really not that bad. Like the PS4, I think the number one issue is this annoying charge solution. Now, if this controller had a USB-C, in a way, this controller feels stronger than the PS5 controller in some ways, except for it does feel heavier, the PS5. That's because it has more in it, more going on. while holding these in my hands. This is kind of small. Yeah, so that's part of it. And this feels a little better. A little more plasticky, though. I don't know what it feels now that I pick it up compared to this. It kind of does have, I don't know, maybe it's the grips on this that feel something about right here. But then if I squeeze them, they got about the same pressure. But if I just hold them, this one tends to have it. But then this also feels better to hold it in, this one because it's like bigger. I don't know, shaped better. But also this one is like, yeah, expect I used to use these fucking things. Yeah, it was weird. The Xbox One used to do this too. They used to have these uh, pop in things that would go in. First, you could plug in a fuck a aux cable or audio cable into the damn thing. The name of it, but forget the name of it. But I think that other port, if I recall, was their solution to get rid of the actual aux port out of them. And I think that's why they used to put these little boxes. So you used to have like boxes hanging from the Xbox One controllers, and I think the PlayStation 4 did it too. And they were not fun. They were annoying. The little add-ons that got in the way. I think like it wasn't that bad. Like the keyboard on the Xbox 360. I do remember the 360 having the annoying back problem. I don't even know if I gotta have a 360 controller if I had found a 360 in there. Nothing fancy, but I used to have fancy 360 controllers, and it looks like I didn't use this at all. This is what I use. It's a wired 360 controller. Last. Which I gotta be honest, this controller feels great. For being even plastic. Kind of like that thing that. Like I wouldn't mind using this for PC. That's crazy. It's like I have nothing anymore. I have something, but it's nowhere as near to what I used to have. And it's like to look at like they'll replace it all. And I don't know. That's a lot to replace, and I think is questionable. I think I don't have. I don't run a museum or host gaming parties anymore, so if I ran a museum or hosted gaming parties, then I'd be more. I'd be more motivated to pursue all my losses plus more if people were interested in that stuff. But just being me, I don't know. It's questionable. Just being me. Just being me. Do I get a PS5 Pro? Because I think that's like the only thing I'm on the fence of actually thinking. That or a Rogue Ally Xbox. Or both. I don't know. Let's see. I don't know. Like, that's a lot of money for a 1080p handheld, but so is the Nintendo Switch 2. Is a 1080p handheld for, but it's less, costs less. And I can play Pokemon on it. Do I give in and get the Switch 2? I had a Nintendo Switch. I didn't even put that on my list of things when I was talking, but I did have a Nintendo Switch. Again, I have to recall the memory. Some reason I don't remember what happened to it. And if I start talking about one thing, I don't remember. Like it's like it doesn't exist. I don't know. Never existed, I guess. I don't remember. But what I do remember is that I had bought Xbox One and Series controllers and they gave me a turquoise Nintendo Switch instead. GameStop had given me the wrong order, and they were like, I don't know, they didn't care about changing it. And then I was like, okay, if you don't care about changing it, I paid less for the controllers. You took the price of the controllers. So I was like, okay, that's up to you. And then I kept the Switch Lite. Never got those controllers. But if I would have lost them anyway. Had a lot of controllers. I used to have duffel bags. I shit you not. An unreasonable amount of Xbox One and Series controllers. You know, and that was just Xbox controllers, which was the most, though. That still were the most. At the Titanfall, I would go out my way to buy every collector's controller. Fucking why? Just so they can get stolen or lost, or you know, for me to go somewhere and have something happen to them, or you know, or I get a roommate that robs me. It's like, you know, it's a great, like, it's all questionable. I don't know, did I rob myself by allowing them to rob me? Did I allow them to rob me? I think it's valid. I don't know. I'm not, you know, I think it's still a memory, but it wasn't the first time I had lost things. That event, so I wasn't heartbroken over it. As some might think, I was like, you know, maybe I'm just not meant to keep physical things. Hold my damn digital library and buy a new damn device and everything's still there. Depending on the hardware and licenses. Like, I do have a couple PS4 games that won't work on the PS5 that are digital. Like my PT demo I have that. I fucking have that. I know I had that, and it's like down was downloaded, and then so it's like, and that they delisted. So I'd be like, what the hell happened if they took that away? Because it was tied to my PSN. One of my PSNs, because I have more than one account for PlayStation. I don't have more than one account for my Xbox. Could be a really good thing or a really bad thing, but then again, I've never had any issues with Xbox, though, ever. I think, despite the hell they used to get back in the day, and being one of those Xbox for Life kids, that I have to say that despite I had a lot of hardware issues, but I never had any issue with my licenses. None that I recall, at least. I don't remember having any issues like that, like, or something where I had something happen through them. But I think there, I do have a lot of 360 games that don't come over to the Xbox One still. As well, so, and it's like, it's so fucking weird because it's only legal issues that stop backwards compatibility when it comes to Microsoft. It's only legal issues, and that's it. It's not that they don't have the mentality, the brains, the intelligence, and the manpower to do it, and that it can't be done, because it most definitely can, and they most definitely have, really some of the best, minds out there as a corporation goes, so they could definitely do it, but not illegally. That's the catch, right? I think it could take an enjoyment and put it into intelligence. I kind of looked at Xbox for many years and be like, what was it that got me more drawn to the 360 than the PS3? And was I part of the problem? Right? For subscription fees, as an example. Because I did have Xbox Live. And I look at this like, I think I was part of the problem with the subscription thing. But I think I also was a solution, that I didn't do everything bad. I actually had, I feel like I was, that I had, from all the activity of that over there, had a sole window, that had pushed for things, and I don't know, several ideas that I had. Not all of them came in to initiative. Sometimes it would be like Sony would go and do some of the things that I would ask Microsoft to do. Nintendo went and did something that I actually already shared ideas with. Back in 2011. That was directly with Nintendo, though. Just, there's no, agreements. So it's not like anybody's getting robbed. Like, I never signed anything. Nobody signed anything. And it's an idea. So when is it the line where someone's like, if you had an idea? That's what I said. Someone out there could have an idea, never patent that idea, say that idea out in several bars, on several phone lines, but never patent the idea. Now it becomes other people's idea. And now it comes down to, who's the one who's going to bring it to life? Not. And then that's when they really go down recognition. Well, that person. See what I'm saying? Like, there was an idea. That was in detail. Right? It's like, you lay down, you're not just talking about it. You start talking about the features, what it should do, and how it can communicate different possibilities with the board and the device inside it. You start talking about, yeah, this could work. And you start talking about stuff like that. To people who can make it because they have the resources to make it. That's why I do believe I don't believe I'm the only person out there that's ever had an experience like that has pitched an idea or has seen a sense. That's why I say when, that I used to say this one back then, and it was very weird, back then I feel like I was still naive about certain things, but I look back and I see me saying, great minds think alike, but greater minds think supernaturally. And I'd be like, what the fuck did I just say? What did I mean by that? It's like, there's something, at the time, it's like, right? And you start thinking like, okay, and what makes it where it legally is known, but words on paper up to officials, right? That all of a sudden it's decided. Isn't patents weird? Isn't IP, intellectual property, weird? If you can be the imagination, the brain behind it, if you could be the developer behind it, and the production company owns it, goes down history as the one who's like, you could be Insomniac, that developed and created Sunset Overdrive. That's a Microsoft IP. But I think that they're in luck because I think Microsoft is really generous, which I think not everyone would be. So I do believe there is a Sunset Overdrive remaster or something on the horizon. I have seen hints on Insomniac potentially bringing a version of that back for both Xbox, PC, and PlayStation at least. Maybe Switch 2, who knows? I think Switch 2 is still on the back of developers' minds. Or if they see it, like Horizon, I don't know, like you could see like when someone's like, oh, Lego, Horizon Zero Dawn, switch that, I'll pick up the kids. I'll get the kids begging, but it's very weird IP. That though, like I think Sony, if someone's like goes back and says, "Would you really like to play Infamous Second Son, or experience Infamous Second Son for another time, or do you want to play Ghost of Tsushima, one of the known down in world history ninja games?" And I think it's a night and day that Infamous Second Son is so much more fun. Not that Ghost of Tsushima is a bad game. It is a different kind of game. It's a samurai. It's supposed to be a ninja samurai setting game, which I think it lives up to that, right? And I think it's what the Ghost of Yodir is supposed to be as well. I would definitely try them out. I never finished the other one, and I don't feel like I would finish the other one, this new one as well. But I would definitely dabble into it and show people that may or may not be interested. That's how I feel with that particular game. I think someone out there really, that's for them. If they really, that's a ninja samurai gore fest game. They have elements in there for people that are into that. So it's there. But Infamous Second Son from Sucker Punch, now I enjoy that so much more as a developer. I had never played Jak 2 until later on. I had played Jak and Dexter on PS2, the original, the precursor. Okay, that one was the first and only Jak and Dexter game I have ever finished, beat, platinumed even when it came out on PS5. I think I even platinumed that game. Now, I played Jak 2 not too long ago for the first time. I don't think I like it. You know, I don't think I like it. Something about it. I don't know why. I just kind of, you know, it was like I was looking at it and I was like, and playing it. It felt so different. And I think, what is it that made the original, like, make me like the original? I've never even tried the third. So I don't even know if the third's, because I looked at the third is like that. Is it the Feast movie? Or like where there's Feast, and then Feast 2 has a completely different cast, and then Feast 3 takes that entire cast into Feast 3. Even though it has the same cast, so it's like a completely different arc. So Jak doesn't feel like Jak, and Jak 2, it does feel different. And like Jak 3, and the idea of what Jak and Dexter Precursor was, I never, you know, I have only ever played, to my recognition or remembrance, Jak and Dexter the Precursor, Jak 2, and Daxter, which is a prequel to Jak 2. There's a direct scene in Jak 2 where he's gone, or Daxter's gone, and it tells you the story of where Daxter was. I think I don't remember if I beat that, but I do know I played quite a bit of Daxter. More Daxter I played than Jak 2, because I was like, I played a lot of Jak 2. There are some, developers will make the games and franchises. And I'm the guy who freeze like at Last of Us sometimes. Like I have played and beat Last of Us Part 1, Part 2, almost Platinum Part 2. But if you ask me, like, do you want to win a free Last of Us Part 2 Blu-ray set or something? Right now in my life, I'd be like, I don't want to take that from someone who wants it and also is going to be able to have the means of protecting and displaying that, if they really mean. But then again, I'm like, did I even really like it? Part 2. I don't, I didn't hate it, but and I look at it more as the message that it's sending more. But then I'm like, sometimes it feels a little too fictional at times to do comparisons like that as a statement. And I remember my first experience with The Last of Us. 1, it's fucking cool. That opening sequence hooked me. Now, when I got to the end of The Last of Us Part 1, I did not have the same feeling of joy. I had a feeling of, what the fuck was my feeling at the end of The Last of Us Part 1. That's what I felt when I experienced it. It was like, it went from this epic kind of introduction that felt real to this selfish liar that made me question, made me think, would it have been good to save all of humanity at that loss? Or to apply and take the choice away and be like, well, that's only a kid. They can't make the decision. Would have been another way around, but he took that, into his own hands and said, no, and Joel just went on a killing spree to prevent it. Which then makes you think, when you look at like Part 2 and the opening, and when Joel ends up dead, and and then it goes in, and I think part two really, really, is a revelation. The game is for a lot of things, and that when you look at that, and now where that character's life is, and the game goes out of order, different time periods with different characters that you play. And by the time you hit the end of Ellie's story, which is fucking not even close to being even finished after season 2, by the way, because they didn't even tell all of Seattle's story with Ellie. They only chose like some parts of Seattle's story to tell. So it makes me wonder if they're ever going to finish The Last of Us season. There's no way they're going to do The Last of Us, the whole game, in season 2 and season 3 at the pace that they're going. Right? So it's like there's no fucking way that if they're going to continue this, that they're like, what are they going to break it up into 4 seasons? Like, holy shit. Do they think that The Last of Us Part 2 was that good? That it's going to keep people hooked that much? I am curious to find out myself, like, if people would sit around for an entire story that's already been told being split into 4 seasons. And that's just the part 2, which means 5 seasons of The Last of Us. Right? So you look at that rate, it's like Ellie's story when she left Seattle after the events of Seattle, which they didn't even leave yet. And there's a lot that goes down at that movie theater that is also yet to happen. So when it moves into that, and then it goes into a lot of forget her name, the other victim, that, story arc, you start to learn a lot about her background, and you'll start to see connections, because she's the one that fights that giant monster when she goes down and finds her friend. At the end, I forget her name. Allie or something, I don't remember. But anyway, when she, she still has to go find her friend, and then there's a giant monster fight. That the thing that goes through walls in the video game, that also happens in Seattle. So there's all these combat scenarios, and there's also scenarios that were talked about in the game that actually didn't finish. Like the fight scenes in the background, like there was a big death scene in the background that didn't happen in the game, but happened off screen in the game, because it was going back and forth 2 different characters, and I believe it was the guy that they did more of a background story on him, and they did more of him actually in season 2 than they did in the video game. It looks like they're about to do even more with that character. Tell some of his story that was mostly talked about, more talked about than it actually you got to play or see in the game for that part. But when you go in that direction, it's, you really are demanding, that you're really hoping that a lot of people are going to be in The Last of Us Part 2 for a long time. And I think there is no short version of this without recreating it in a lesser means. But at the same time, when you hit the end of Ellie's story, or the end of the character story at the very end, Abby was the other character, but Ellie's story, when she leaves the farmhouse, if they talked about where she wanted a farmhouse in Seattle, like there was a drive scene in the game where she mentions, and so they go back to raise the baby. This is after the death of the father. They and them escaping Seattle. They actually get that farmhouse that they talked about. And they're living there. But then Ellie didn't kill Abby. And Ellie still wants revenge. So she's struggling with this. And then her girlfriend's like, if you leave, it's over. She's like, I can't do it. And Ellie chooses to hunt Abby. She chooses to leave the baby and supposedly the love of her life to go hunt Abby. And then she eventually finds her, goes through hell, and eventually finds her, just to have a massive confrontation that ultimately leads. It's like a Rocky, moment where you get you beat each other up, but you don't actually execute the finale. You just decide that you're satisfied with the losses. You come to the conclusion that you both are, have done incredibly horrible things, and that continuing this arc is only investing in evil. That it's not investing in the progress of the future. And that's what the moral of the story of Last of Us Part 2 really is that all of this hate and all of these causes from other characters and from characters that you're playing and characters you have played and characters you haven't played, that at some point, when does the violence stop? That's what it's about. That's what I took from the most of it. And of the background, the human stuff. And then it comes out at the very end, she goes back to the farmhouse. And all her stuff is packed in a room, and her girlfriend and the baby are gone. I believe they went back to the settlement. I think it was written down they went back to the settlement. I don't remember. There's a settlement I remember was still up, still going. They just chose not to return to the settlement. They chose the farm outside the settlement. And so she then leaves, packs up some of her stuff, takes the guitar that was backed up in the back room upstairs, and walks off into the field towards the forest, towards what looks like it could be anywhere from that angle, possibly the same area that she could be at. And then it ends. That's the Last of Us, how the Last of Us Part 2 video game ends, where Ellie just walks off into basically towards the woods, across the wood thing, alone. So as someone who's played the game and knows that the message is really, there is a message there for people, but knowing, what do people watch The Walking Dead for? I don't think people watch The Walking Dead for a lesson, right? I think people watch The Walking Dead because they really dig the survival and the post-apocalyptic themes and hoping the zombies get smarter or more advanced at this point, because I think some people are with me on the zombies getting boring part. But that's about it. The characters and so are still interesting. I think that's some of the strong suits of The Walking Dead. They sometimes will come up with really interesting characters, human characters. But when you go in these directions, but you look at it like what The Last of Us, how they're going to execute it into parts as a show, and knowing that how divided the video game was makes me think that I don't know if it would survive for 5 seasons, is what I'm saying. If the viewer rate is there, I would, because, come on. If you did Abby's story in Season 2, you still have to do the theater scene, either at the end of Season 2 or the beginning of Season 3, and the rest of Seattle's scenes in Season 3, and then get to the farmhouse and tell those off stories in season 3, which then leaves them to go on the branching path. Which means season 5 is the only way they could conclude, the quickest way they can conclude it is having Abby and Ellie, pick up from where she left at the farmhouse at the end of season 3. And having them branch their remaining story arcs into from within season 5. Which then would have a lot of cutout scenes. So even then, you're talking like 6 seasons, potentially. If there's like episodes, the way that they've been shooting episodes. See what I'm saying? And adding stuff. If you do the math, the way that they're shooting it, this is not like, let's put season 3, or let's put Last of Us Part 3 into the show. This is, let's milk the hell out of the Last of Us Part 2 story into several seasons. Which I think, man, that's a lot of that. Like, that's, you sure if you're up for that? That's an audience for like TV people more that haven't played the game. I think people who've played the game are more keen to start to lose interest in what Naughty Dog's doing over there with the TV show. I think the TV show is for people who haven't played the game that want more on the story. That the people who have played the game are looking, right, or watching this story through a different, you get put the additional stuff in it. Which is like, I as a gamer and someone who has watched the movie, who has played the movie out in The Last of Us Part 2, can say, like, I know every possible situation that they could do. They could end up filling in a lot of the written stuff into stories, which tells me that I have to make time for these individual episodes, that I don't even have to watch the whole damn show. Right? I just could go watch certain episodes that are just kind of like visually recapturing some of the written work that was in there that wasn't displayed, some of the off-screen stuff in the video game, because the show is more for non-gamers. People who have never played the game, that are people who are more likely never going to play the game, that's what that audience is for. But you could say, like, you want to watch. I think it's different for like Harry Potter, like with putting Harry Potter into books into a TV show as book act. It's been done before in video games or movies. That's why it's only written in books. So I do think that is. I am not against. I know some people argue the idea of a Harry Potter reboot, as in, stuff like that. I'm actually thinking it could be really bad or really good, but I think how it could be I think it's really good if they stick to the book sources. Like, if they're going to be genuinely, I don't see the point of making a Harry Potter reboot TV show unless it is more book accurate. Or why? A different perspective? They start altering things? I'm not really, I don't really like that unless it's like the Prisoner of Azkaban alterations, where there's like one scene in the movie that's better than in the books. Like, pretty much the books do every other scene better. Including, dude, when people get to the Order of the Phoenix battle, when people get to the Triwizard Tournament in the Harry Potter books, and if they bring the Goblet of Fire to life, that's gonna destroy the Goblet of Fire movie. Because that one was, that book is amazing. One of the best books is the Goblet of Fire and also the Order of the Phoenix. Are two of the most action-packed, most crazy epic things happen in those two books out of the entire franchise. Because there's some slower stuff in the both the Half-Blood Prince and it's a different type of setting. You know, I don't like there is a different there is stuff that happens in Half-Blood Prince that are impactful, more character impactful to the essence of the story of the characters in the Half-Blood Prince, and there's stuff that happens in the Deathly Hallows Part 2, or Deathly Hallows whole book. But for the most part, they pretty much told the whole Deathly Hallows. You know, that's the thing. Like they split and told quite a bit of the story. It's not identical to it, but there is direct scenes in order even when they shot the Deathly Hallows Part 1 and Part 2. Usually when they would film the Harry Potter movies, they would take some of the scenes from the books and put them out of order. They did that a lot with The Prisoner of Azkaban, even starting with The Prisoner of Azkaban. They did that. That was the biggest one I noticed where there were scenes from the books, but they were completely the timeline. They decided to rearrange it in the movie. But I think people will like the Goblet of Fire, though. I think the Goblet of Fire the movie was an epic rush, an advertisement, a hint. You know what so much was left out, and I mean big, epic monster battles. There's a freaking Sphinx. There's blast-ended screws, these giant things that they get to raise, as well for the maze. How there's mind-bending things just in the maze itself where it flips you upside down. This mist that does things to your mind and, and to the environment, and a giant spiders. There is a lot in the Goblet of Fire. From the opening, The Invitation. That's the book where I believe The Invitation. If I recall, the Weasleys try to turn the Dursleys' chimney, hook it up to the Flu Network, but the problem is that their chimney is an electric chimney in the book. It's not like an actual chimney, it's just a fake chimney. And so they try to hook up to the Ministry of Magic, to the Flu Network. So when they go to pick up Harry from the Dursleys. And it is a mess. Oh, that really fucking cool. That this is the time you get to see a lot of the ideas of Fred and George, which were so more inventive in the books. They were very creative twins. Mischievous more in the books than they were in the movies, and how they go and their obsession for opening a joke shop has been with them for a long time throughout the books. They were interested in it, and they made it loud and clear in the Goblet of Fire, especially. I believe there's hints of it. The hints of Fred and George's pursuits actually start in the Prisoner of Azkaban books, but you see them actually start to execute in the Goblet of Fire. And when Harry wins, I think it's 1,000 galleons, or 100,000 galleons, or something like that, Harry donates that money, gives that money to Fred and George, so they can open their joke shop after they leave. Because his fifth year is actually the last year where Fred and George are supposed to, where they're supposed to take their NEWTs and graduate and leave Hogwarts. But obviously what they did, because they actually showed some of it in the movies. They decided that it was time for them to retire from Hogwarts and to invest in their joke shop. And they decided this was the time to attack Umbridge and all the laws and to make this giant statement. Like, Fred and George were awesome in the books. Like, they did a lot more than even they did. So there's these different types of, arcs that I think, will work really well for TV shows. Like the tongue tappy. That's what it was. Dudley's fat ass was like, that looks good. Puts it in his mouth. And his tongue just keeps growing, 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 growing. And Arthur doesn't know how to fix it. Their father is like, doesn't know how to fix it. He's trying to figure out the solution. He, is, supposed to be the person that has that, skill set, too. And he apparently eventually solves it. I mean, he is the head of the misuse of Muggle artifacts office. And then his own son had let slip a magical piece of candy that's supposed to make your tongue grow unstoppable. It's called a tongue tappy. Or tongue tappy or something like that. So I don't know how they're gonna do that. Visually that might be gross. But there's some stuff in the books. Like some potential comedy scenes. Yeah, I actually talking a lot about these books. And there are some of the stuff that survived the fire. I just grabbed the first two. But these are just the first two books. I have the complete set. I remember one time looking up online, or it was on the news, that if I, like all 7 of these first editions, which are first editions, were going for like $100,000 or some shit. I was like, no way. And then I saw one for $10,000 for the complete set. And I got the complete set. Only problem is that I had to redo the covers because of suit damage. So they're the same covers, I just had to laminate, clean them up and laminate them. And these 2 books actually also have a problem. The other 2 don't have. It's called, my name and grade written in them for some reason on the inside, which I would assume would devalue or raise the value. Maybe I should sell these when I become famous. But the other ones don't have my autograph or my grade in them. So I don't know. Yes. Those books, I'd be like, why Harry Potter? Why Harry Potter? Someone would be like, why Harry Potter? You could say I didn't really like Harry Potter, but the Wizarding World, right? Because there's a lot in the background, the stories. But I was hooked on the Wizarding World in my youth, and I was like one of those guys or kids that was like, I want to go to Hogwarts. And when I had my friend, he'd be like, let's play Harry Potter out, and we would reenact scenes. And he'd be like, you be Harry Potter, I'll be Ron, he said. And I said, no, I don't want to be Harry Potter. He'd be like, okay, you be Ron, I'll be Harry. And I said, I don't want to be Ron either. I remember it being like, what do you want to be? Yeah, he'd be like, and I said, I want to be me. and I just want to go to Hogwarts. I was like, I remember saying, I think his grandma, that same friend, I don't know if it's accurate or true, but I think his grandma is the actress that plays in Meet the Parents. No, actually, you're not. I'm not 100% accurate, but uh, never really talked much about our families. But I think that's her grandson that I was friends with, that I went to school with, was in my grade. I may be wrong, but or related somehow. I don't remember her name. She's an older lady that is Robert De Niro's wife, plays Robert De Niro's wife. I don't know. I think they are. Uh, those are hints, only because of hints that at times whenever he would talk about his family, which wasn't much. Or not. Maybe it was some different actress. Who was the one that had the same last name? I thought it was this one. No, I'm wrong. I compared it to the wrong lady. I think I don't know who it was. I may it's but all I know is something that some lady with the last name Bennett, old lady with the last name Bennett, some actress or something like that. I met him in upstate New York many years ago. Uh, ended up going to different schools. We separated schools. I think it's so hard. I don't know. I fucking the internet. But someone with his name messaged me many years ago, and on the internet tried to reach out to me. I talked for a little bit, not really sure who the hell I'm talking to, and making that clear that I'm not really sure. It could be anybody. But I do remember hanging out in person and having a hell of a time. But I think the internet makes everything so much fucking weirder. Is it me, or like you could have a friendship in person from many years ago where you had no problems? I had one problem with him once, and it was he sometimes would talk about you know gore at the time, and for some reason I remember saying like that I didn't want to talk about that, and that was it. And he kind of wanted to talk about gore for like hours straight. But apart from that, I never gotten even an argument with him. Just indifference that one time, like So, but when I look back at that type of stuff, maybe it's just because we're in the same environment, I don't know, because we met in school, and then eventually later on different schools, and messaging. I don't know. It's weird when, when there are times where you have friends, right? Where there was no bad ending, right? And then it's just like the internet shows up and someone with that name reaches out, but nobody wants to call. And they're like, I had one person call me from another country, and that was it. That was willing to talk to me, and like almost everyone else just wants to text. Like it just feels off. I don't know. Like, the internet feels. It could be. Like was like, that's probably is, right? But I still have my doubts. The internet does that. You're supposed to know who this person is. The internet never lies. So I'm meeting strangers constantly, and then they're like, your once upon a time best friend becomes a stranger. That's exactly actually what it is. Even your best friend once upon a time becomes your stranger online. Becomes the stranger online. And sitting here in my photo next to this not so HDR background, or this really crappy high dynamic range background that looks like a blur fest with what looks like it belongs in a Barbie movie type of character that has a decent set of fighting skills that are not great but not awful either. But I think is either going to make or break this game in the end is the combat. It's going to make it whether I stick to it or not. But the story in the background, something. Receive lost souls. Go and save the souls. Chances. Sounds like something you'd read out of the Bible or something, or some mystical, supernatural connection with a god or something like that, but reinvented for fiction, for a fictional story. Yeah, maybe the story is the overall story is Sleeper. Maybe the lost soul aside is a really good, meaningful story that that loses its chance of credibility due to its fake HDR, at least on the base model, and its really muddy background and okay fighting system. Story, dialogue, written stuff. So far, I think it's the best thing about what I've played with this game so far. It's not the gameplay, but this makes me think it would be better as a book. Right now, it needs, as a video game, I think it needs polish. But as a story, they should put this into an actual book and sell it, if they haven't already. Because I think there might be something here as a story. Might be. So far, it's hinting that it could have be something pretty good, like a pretty good story.
Who's this now?
Just a somewhat tiresome distraction.
Not bad enough, not vivid enough. I need more blood. Let your body become part of my artwork.
Kind of reminds me
There's still not enough.
a little bit of Vampire Rain or Blood Rain. Ow. I think I'm gonna die.
Smart move.
Still not giving in? Then behold, my ultimate artwork of blood.
Artwork of Blood. I got no more health. So there's a save and a purchase. Looks like it's a
After over
research.
1,000 years, this is the first. Give me all the details. I've got some top-notch items. These will come in handy at the workshop. Running low on supplies? All right. Closing up for the day.
How tedious. If you don't want to voluntarily dedicate your body to art, then I shall whip you into shape.
Well, you seem to mean by tiresome, right?
Splattering blood, how excellent. A true artist never confines herself to a single technique.
Can't hold on much longer. Let's get serious.
Help me, Arena. Time to get serious. It's not over yet. This doesn't look good.
He's to death.
Stand up. My
Oh,
artwork
you're dead.
is still in
That damn is bad. Or not. See if the try again option.
After over 1,000 years, this is the. Give me all the details. Want to record your stories?
Fucking save. Indeed.
Quite the epic adventure indeed.
How tedious. If you don't want to voluntarily dedicate your body to art, then I shall whip you into shape.
Well, you seem to mean by tiresome, right?
A true artist never confines herself to a single technique.
Combat system is tricky one.
Get serious.
Time to get serious.
Smart move.
Blood binding.
Let's go all out. Time to end this. Let's do this together.
You've always underestimated me. You haven't changed a bit. Still pompous.
Oh, damn.
Still broken.
Didn't heal fast enough.
How tedious. If you don't want to voluntarily dedicate your body to art, then I shall whip you into shape.
Well, you seem to mean by tiresome.
A true artist never confines herself to a single technique. Splattering blood, how innocent.
Can't hold on. Let's try this.
Behold my great power!
What?
Blood binding.
Turn down!
Come on, what the fuck is wrong with the controls?
Time to flex my muscles!
Get down. Jumps in the air too much. The combat, I don't actually know the entire idea. See, it's just supposed to take him up in the air, this fucking weird splendid speed.
It's not over yet.
So square that does that. I also did the analog sticks. Makes it even more difficult. Excuse me, God.
Smart move.
It's not over yet.
You've always underestimated me. You haven't changed a bit. Still pompous. Still broken.
Vibrant blossoms that bloom only on the back of self. How boring! I showed you the greatest performance, and all you want to do is turn away.
More healing.
Help me, Arena.
Come on, he's wasting it. I fucking hate that jump. When it's supposed to carry them up in the air, but it doesn't execute correctly, and he's gonna die. Anyway, fuck it.
Can't hold on much longer.
Yeah, I'm already dead.
Stand up! My artwork is still incomplete.
Oh, soul slide.
How tedious. If you don't want to voluntarily dedicate your body to art, then I shall whip you into shape.
You seem to mean by tiresome, right?
Please me with your broken body. A true artist never confines herself to a single technique.
Behold my great power!
Splattering blood, how fascinating.
I gotta remember which one is fucking dodge or
Let's try
whatever.
this.
Well, that was too much. Fucked myself over there. One of these is ricochet or some shit.
Fear and tremble.
It's not over yet.
How about this?
This doesn't look good.
Smart move. I'll show you what I'm made of.
See, that's how it's supposed to go. And if I keep her in that, it's supposed to bring her up.
Time to get serious. Let's try this.
Can't hold on much longer.
It's not over yet. Let's go all
I
out.
wasted that last one.
You've always underestimated good shots.
I think the next one I'll land on at this one. Against because I wasted one unnecessary action.
We need a break.
Watch closely.
Behold my great power!
Shatter and rupture. Stand up. My artwork is still incomplete. How tedious. If you don't want to voluntarily dedicate your body to art,
Which needs a leash.
then I shall whip you into shape.
Well, you see what I mean by types, right?
A true artist never confines herself to a single technique.
Let's go all out.
Splattering blood, how excellent.
Let's get serious. How about this?
Time to get serious. It's not over yet.
You're going down.
Come on, Arena.
Behold my great power! Ha! Good chance. Watch and learn, kid.
Let's try this.
Damn, my fingers.
Smart move.
Watch closely.
not over yet.
Behold his power.
You feel the pain? Yes. Good.
Time to get back.
You feel the pain?
Show you what I'm made of.
This doesn't look good. It's not over yet.
Blood binding.
Wow. What the, I need to pause this. My fingers are fucking cramping. This is not. This is fucking one of those difficult finger matches. Oh, we lost it.
Time to get serious.
Feel the pain on the blade.
Oh, I forgot to use health.
That is the truest form of art.
That's difficult.
How tedious. If you don't want to voluntarily dedicate your body to art, then I shall whip you into shape.
Well, you seem to leave our tiresome, right?
A true artist never confines himself to a single technique.
How about this? Careful. Don't die. Let's get serious. We're in trouble.
Let's try this.
Let's get serious.
The splattering blood, how fascinating.
Let's go all out.
You're going down. Careful. Don't stop. Smart move.
Blood binding.
trouble.
It's not over yet.
Yeah, got her down. Like,
Shatter and rupture.
Time to get serious.
Let's get serious. Need a break. Good chance. Behold my great power!
Please.
Smart move.
okay, now I know how to block. So it is circle. I was wondering what that was for.
Watch closely.
We're in trouble.
It's not over yet.
Fear and tremble. Shatter and rupture. Stand up. My artwork is still incomplete.
That was worse than less. Combat system.
How tedious. If you don't want to voluntarily dedicate your body to art, then I shall whip you into shape.
Well, you see,
Can't dodge that shit.
tiresome, right?
The first one I'm supposed to dodge.
You can please me with your broken body. A true artist never confines herself to a single technique.
That was close. Help me, Arena.
Blood binding.
Stop on that block. Show you what I'm made of.
This doesn't look good. Let's try this.
That was part of my problem. I wasn't dodging. Or blocking, I mean. Blocking does some damage.
Can't hold on much longer. Smart move. Don't die here.
It's not over yet.
You've always underestimated good chance. Now it's my turn! Oh, my great power! Can't hold it serious. Smart move.
Shatter and rupture.
It's not over yet.
Watch closely. Fear and tremble.
Show you what I'm made of!
Let's do this together.
Remember to do health this time.
Let's go all out.
Oh, the pleasure of such exquisite pain.
Time to get serious.
Right here, smart move. Now it's my turn!
Got it this time. That, you know how many fucking... You have to, like, also do those extra buttons because they give more of a damage impact, or you're going to be doing it even longer. And block. It does a little bit of damage, but it does at least some damage.
It's been a long time, Rose. I'm glad to see you regain your senses.
When did you come back, Arena? Why can't I remember anything? What's happening?
You were not in control, Rose. Your power was corrupted and misused.
That's impossible. How could that be?
Your energy and power were corrupted. You had no control. Lord Goldenline was the same. You are not to blame.
Perhaps you understand things a little more than I thought, Kaiser.
How could this happen?
I believe the seal of my salvation is weakening. What happened 1,000 years ago may be happening once again.
Impossible. Her Majesty Celeria is still guarding the seal faithfully and without rest. The Battle of Mount Salvation could never happen again.
You were alive during the Battle of Mount Salvation.
Unfortunately, yes. In that time, the Void Drax
I wish I was fast enough to order these on Xbox One. I didn't do
Majesty Celeria, we fought
before they
back
delisted them, or they bring
after
back
a long, terrible battle.
the remasters of Marvel Ultimate Alliance 1 and 2 and Fort Marvel Ultimate
To
Alliance 3
imprison them
for
all and prevent them seizing the
to
life nexus.
PS5 and Xbox.
The Life Nexus. Arena, is that where we'll find the soul?
Perhaps. Rose, we come here to seek the human souls taken by the Voidrax. We believe there is a link with the Life Nexus.
It is known
So
human
fucking
souls
different.
inextricably
You know,
linked
I
to
see
the
myself here in the fucking corner of the screen.
only Her Majesty Celeria knows the
I don't usually
details
look at myself.
and how it works.
That's why we need to meet Celeria. We need to know how to free the souls.
Now you're just jazz.
You must be careful. If I could be so easily corrupted, I am
Six
sure
ball.
there will be many more obstacles.
Wow, not quite.
Tread
but
carefully.
Almost.
Kaiser, Arena.
I was ripped.
Thank you, Rose Queen. We will continue our quest. I am sure we will meet
Food
again.
and video games.
Thank you once again
Drugs.
for releasing me, Kaser. Serena, I
Addiction.
wish you well for your journey.
It's my diet. A phoenix feather. A gold rose. You know, I played the entire thing of Final Fantasy VII Remake and don't remember ever using a single potion. Or I didn't use all the resources. I look back and I remember looking at even Rebirth, like my inventory stack load of things, and I'm like, well, I never even used most of this. But this one, I think, is different. I think this one is harder than Final Fantasy. That I think is going to make the player have to use their healing at times, because it's like, even looking at the timing window, and you start to get it right, like you have to hit those buttons when they come available, and some of the line things you don't want to activate too early or too late. Like when I got her down that one time and I used it, I realized I wasted it because she was already down. Because if you use that, you get a chance to knock her down again. Which every time you knock her down, you do like significant more damage. And when you do the square X, his ability activation also does even more damage. And I wasn't even doing that. There is a block with timing with certain moves, not all of the characters' moves. And if you block it, it appears to take like a sliver, not much health, but it seems to take some of their health, but like barely. But at least it's something that gradually gets it moving. Which I wasn't doing. The block or the buttons when they come up on the screen. I wasn't even paying attention to the square X that showed up on the bar. And when that bar came available to hit both these R2 and LT, to activate that, I messed up one time when it activated, because like if you activate it after she's already down, it's like a waste. But you also have to worry about her escaping when she's up. You know, she will teleport or whatever across the freaking map, which isn't a very big map, so it's not that difficult to get back to her. It's more depending on what move she's going to use next. You know, if she uses one of those dodge those blasts, so far I couldn't parry that or anything with the circle, so I could only dodge it or speed through it. So I don't know if I need a combo for that or what, but I know that when I did that, so like certain things. So I think the combat's going to be interesting. I think this game, it might be a sleeper for some people. I still think it looks very muddy in the background. I think it has a visual problem. On my end, it looks like I'm looking at mud in the background. Like weird shapes coming out of mud, like something.
The life nexus that the Voitreks tried to seize thousands of years ago. Seal and human salt. What's their relationship?
This is a question that only Her Majesty can answer, I suspect.
And assume I'm gonna have to beat the shit out of this, Majesty. The way everything is working out, it looks like you're gonna pit me up against her. She's gonna fight me. She has a demon. And I can't talk to her yet. Okay, now
After
I
over
can.
1,000 years, this is the first time
You're a
I've seen the
1,000-year-old.
Rosa so excited.
15-year-old or something? I don't know. A 1,000-year-old in the body of a teenager. Okay. I just need to save.
Want to record your story? Give me
Record my
all the
story.
details.
Under mount to press.
Mount departure. Quest of Mount Salvation. I don't know what way to think of that. I see a multiverse of thoughts and all the representations. Some good and some bad.
Quite the epic adventure indeed.
I get the health thing. Oh, man, my nose is running. I still am sick.
I wonder what's inside.
When I went out west, sometimes that happens to me. I drive a lot, but not always. When I go out west every year, ever since I got my license, I drive out west. I got my license late. Living in New York, I didn't get my license until my 20s. When, I had my permit for a really long time. I had my permit when I was like 17. But I just never followed through all the way to get my license until I was like 20-something years old. Just like I still have not gotten my passport. I have the paperwork filled out sitting right next to me, and my birth certificate out just in case they need it. All that information that I don't know, according to what I read, I think, so they could do all the background checks and stuff, is what I'm assuming. And I haven't even took it back to where I need to take it, which I think is the post office.
Whoa. What is this?
This is going to be an interesting challenge.
So I gotta do that at some point. I keep putting it off. Because I feel like if I'm getting more into this and I hit the jackpot, and I'm gonna have to have a passport for like events in Germany, over there in Europe that they host. Like I feel like that I don't want to be unprepared. Like when hopefully I hit the jackpot. That's why when I hit the jackpot, I'm not talking like millions of dollars. I'm talking the invite of your lifetime that will not just start a career, but invest in
Watch out. You don't want to end up in the water.
friendships, hopefully everlasting stuff. So now this is going to alter and back and forth. Typical, which I want that one first. This is really weird. Or I thought it was really better. It's great, really. So, ta-da!
Get ready for battle.
Uh-oh. I wonder, maybe I do need that one. Maybe I do. Use this one first.
Don't embarrass me, kid. Okay, cow.
Ta-da. It's story time. Who wants to talk? You want your autograph? I want a job. I want to work with you. Let's bring something like. I want people to ask me for my autograph instead.
and be best friends with the
Are you
actors.
thinking about Rose's
And work.
fierce battle face again?
The way she is now, was that
Mostly
caused by
on
some kind of
story and
corruption?
character development.
No.
Not necessarily
She's,
acting.
always
I'm not
been
saying
like
no to
that.
acting, but I'm not saying yes to it. I myself am more obsessed with lore and investing these ideas to come to life in both movies and video games. Ideas that have never been done before, you know? I'd like to bring some of it to life, at the very least.
Mechanisms of such complexity and intricacy. Ah, this is certainly Ninhursag's style.
Because I don't want my...
Celeria, she joined with me 1,000
See,
years
put myself
ago.
in something that doesn't
She
make
is
sense.
much stronger than you, kid.
Well, forgive me for being less than the perfect
Or
parasite
take a
host.
job
I'm sorry.
and do a shitty role
was
just for
just a
money.
little bit.
I can sense your fear. Things sure are different. I can understand this.
For example, DC. Like I mean? I ain't no damn hero. Unless I'm like a weird comedy character in the background, but I doubt it. I would make a better villain. Or I think I could make a interesting, you know, monster. Oh shit. I feel like I'd make an interesting
Watch your
monster.
step, Kazak.
Oh man. What am I doing wrong?
Need to be more careful here. Get ready for battle.
One jump only? What am I
Let's
doing?
try again.
Don't embarrass me, kid.
Yeah. I don't know.
Watch your step, Kazak.
Oh, I think I get it.
Get ready for battle.
There you go.
Finally,
Well,
you made
of
it
course,
through.
I get there and then I
Never
fucking
been
fall
good at
off.
dealing with things like this.
Even the wise Lord Arena has weak points.
Fucking shit, yes.
Let's move on.
Yeah, then jump fast enough.
Watch your step, Kazak.
Watch your fucking step.
Don't embarrass me, kid.
Shit. I would swear I was gonna fucking fall. I missed the yellow thing, but I'm not that invested. I maybe should be for power, but I don't see any of the stuff that I'm picking up to do me any good, but money for things that I haven't even figured out how to use yet. So. Yeah, or even if I'm going to use any of it. So I am still looking at all this inventory stuff as questionable, except for those two things. I just need health, that's it. And upgrades for my weapons. Health and upgrades. All the other stuff, if I could avoid it, okay.
How dare you disturb my sleep? I hope you have
Final
got
Fantasy.
your graves ready to be filled.
Lord White Cloud.
This
What is
guy's
there?
cranky.
Black Cloud?
This is White Cloud.
White Cloud?
The lords
Purple
you have
Cloud?
battled and beat so far don't come anywhere near his powers. You must be careful, Kazak, and protect yourself.
I can sense it.
My sleep is not something to be trifled with.
That was close.
Show you what I'm made of!
You see that? Where you do that? That's actually a... Oh yeah, missed the square next. There. I almost missed out on additional power advantages.
Now you have awoken. And
When you see this...
my anger. Repent your sins
Okay,
under
so
my
I gotta figure out how to
Colossus
dodge
lamp
this
for disturbing my sleep. The Phantom of Dreams. Nothing but a dream.
Help me, Arena.
Now it's not the team. Yeah. Where does one go?
Why does my Colossus lance feel heavier than before? That doesn't count! Again! Smart move.
Lend me your strength.
Turn down! Watch and learn, kid! Need a break!
It's not over yet. Let's try this.
Very well. Now I am completely awake. Behold! Behold my great power!
My skill is far more honed than it was 1,000 years ago.
So strong. Never faced anything like it.
We need a break.
Let's try this. Trying to get serious.
Smart move.
Please. Let's try this. What's happening? My body feels so light.
You have ripped the part from your soul.
Arena.
Ripped your soul
Can it
from your
be?
body. The controller's about to die.
Aligned with this, this human. The last time I saw you was when we fought alongside each other to defeat Aramon.
Welcome back, White Cloud. It's good to see you recovered.
Recovered? What are you talking about? And why are you here?
You were out of control, White Cloud, driven by the corrupted power of Aramon.
Aramon? What?
Are
Are you telling me that he has broken the seal? Impossible.
Not impossible, White Cloud. Aramon and the Vordrax are once again seeking to conquer this world. I and Kaiser, this human as you call him, are fighting back.
This is very bad.
They're so
We have
long.
endured many years of suffering to do so.
With probably their family.
Pitiful Celeria. Her Majesty has guarded the seal for so many years
Imagine
that
if
her power has become
there's
so
a
weak.
Scream movie made that is
Even I have begun to suffer. The quality of my sleep
kind
has
of
been
like
quite poor in the past few decades.
um
I even had a nightmare that I was
The new
fighting
nightmare?
against you just now.
I am glad we have released you.
something more realistic.
We must warn Celeria. We must go immediately to the Great Hall to determine how we will stand up to the Voidrax.
We must continue on our mission, White Cloud. But I hope we will be able to join you at the Great Hall very soon. Until then, please allow us to take our leave and continue our quest.
Skill points. I should probably upgrade. Production. That is a direct point. So sword. Something down here. I'm not sure what that shit says. Oh, I can, maybe. Why is that so weird like that? Let's fucking bizarre. Right back. Alright, so there's only one way forward. Choose. That's 4. I can't even see the fucking thing over there. Just time to activate this. I don't know. Should I go to attack +5, see if I can get to attack +5, or just cough up the coins for this? But we'll take all 4, which will make that those fists, that powerful fists, show up faster. Which I kind of like this idea here, but then it blocks me off from going here. So I'm almost like willing to risk that for this one right here. Attack +5, but when there's thrusting slash strike increase, or dimensional slash. Yeah, it's complicated. I know if I click that, it's going to fuck with this, and I won't be able to do that until later. You know what? Fuck it. Let's see what the cost is. Worst case, come back to it. So, 1 thrusting slash strike. Locked enemies faster. If no enemy is locked, it travels a greater distance. Maximum number of healing potions. Burst Pursuit Aerial Flash. Follow-up attack prompt will appear during the last hit of an aerial slash combo. Press R2 to unleash a powerful dimensional slash at the target enemy's location. And a maximum number of healing potions. This might come in handy as well. That's going to take up 2. Which is going to give me a 5% attack boost. I can't even fucking see this because my fucking face is in the way on my end, so give me a second to move my camera to there, because alright, so things get weird. So you get this, base statum after performing a thrusting slash attack, and then you're going to get a crit +4, and arena power energy recharge rate +15. Right here, a hold L1 after a dodge enter a wandering 8. So speed thing. Thrusting slash becomes uninterruptible. Sword waves generate special rifts. Base cost 100 statinum. A follow-up attack prompt will appear a thrusting slash and a cross slash. Press R to unleash a sword wave blast. Each hit from a cross slash slightly restores Kaiser's health. Actually, that one might come in handy. Cross slash target enemies more effectively after performing a thrusting slash. Press square to dash to the unlocked enemy and release a cross slash. If no enemy is locked, Taser dashes in the L direction and launches a cross slash. And then Arena Power recharge 15, which is higher than this. That's a recharge rate. What is it? Arena Power Energy recharge rate. Arena Power recharge rate, same thing. But this is a 10%, and that is a 5%, 15% more, or 5% more. So actually, let's work our way towards that, or at least this, to unlock. Let's see what this is. It's a crit 4. That's also a 2-pointer, so it's going to be easier to get this than this to see what these are going to cost, and then depending on what this is going to cost, if I'll go here, or if here. $3 attack plus 5, so I don't know. Try to click on this, but it won't let me. It keeps bringing me over, but I don't know why. Weapon skill upgrades. This is activated, but unavailable. Pivot and surge. I think this one is unlocked. With nope, not with that one. I don't know. It matches the same picture as that, so I don't know. Yes. Let's go talk to the million-year-old teenager. I think she's over here. For one of these areas. Or those free potions. Let you go. Go forward and die.
You're a void drax, yet you work together with humans to see the way Aramon.
You're welcome. Yes, I had my reasons.
It does make me wonder what your real motivation is.
A mere mortal couldn't comprehend my plan or my motivation, that's for sure.
Specific order. Specific order?
Got it.
Sounds like the next title of Pacific Rim.
I've memorized all the entrances to the dispersed dimensions we've encountered so far.
Check that out.
I can handle this.
We need a break. Watch out! Deeper!
Help me, Arena.
How do you feel about Lord Arena's power, huh? You have all the luck.
Holy gift.
Give it your all, Kaiser.
Oh, I don't know what he does.
Let's see how your training has gone.
What lies ahead is a... Let's get a record of this. Want anything in particular? Aww.
What's up, guys? We go to 7. Pull some photos of what I used to look like. They got some somewhere. I look like a potato now. Those in the car. Oh, he's our friend. A fight?
I will not let you through! Never! How dare it take my form? The shootless!
What is this creature? Is it the same as you?
Your feeble minds will be trapped within illusions of your own making forever.
Yeah, that's not gonna work. I gotta move the camera yet again. This time, let's just turn my this camera off. I don't even know if the voice thing is on. And I don't even know if they want it on.
That voice. It's...
My attack doesn't work.
How could a tiny human possibly damage a mighty dragon?
Don't count me out, Dragon.
It's just a cheap imposter. I will show you what a real dragon can do. Break its energy shield. What's your left? Right here, here's our chance. Attack!
Now you'll see what a tiny human can do.
Live right. Don't just stand there. Incoming attack!
It's not dangerous, but it's annoying to deal with. Is this your original power?
This is just a cheap trick.
But his power is stronger than yours right now.
Curse that high castle. Time to flex my muscles. On your right. Serious.
Right now!
Smart move.
Watching yourself get beaten up doesn't feel good, right?
You still have time to think about that. Stay focused. It's just an imposter. My true dragon form is far more powerful than this.
That was close. It's not over yet.
That's it.
Right now!
Let's go all out.
Show you what I'm made of. Watch and learn, kid.
The ground is shaking.
We're in trouble.
So this...
Yeah, I saw. Oh, fuck. Didn't heal fast enough.
I will not let you through. Never. How dare it take my blood?
What is this creature? Is it the same as you?
Your evil mind will be trapped within illusions of your own making forever. That voice. It's...
Don't just stand there. Incoming attack.
My attack doesn't work.
How could a tiny human possibly damage a mighty dragon?
Don't count me out, Dragon.
It's just a cheap imposter. I will show you what a real dragon can do. Break its energy shield.
What's your name?
I'll do it. Here's our chance. Attack!
Now you'll see what a tiny human can do.
You implying something?
It's not dangerous. It's annoying to deal with. It's the original power.
This is just a cheap fake.
But its power is stronger than yours right now.
Curse thy high castle. Watch out for the shockwave. Let's get serious. Good job on that block.
Watching yourself get beaten up doesn't feel good, right?
You still have time to think about that. Stay focused. It's just an imposter. My true dragon form is far more powerful than this.
That was close.
On your right! Good job on that block. Right here, right now! Watch and learn, kid!
The ground is shaking.
This must be...
Time to flex my muscles! The energy is gathering! It's not over yet!
This is the power that the Empire covets.
Oh, one hit kill. That one's interesting. So don't get in that one. That would kill you. Well, 2 hit kills because it does a double thing. Sometimes I feel like I'm torturing myself here. I don't know if I'm accomplishing anything.
I will not let you through! Never! How dare it take my blood? They're shootless!
What is this creature? Is it the same as you?
Your feeble mind will be trapped within illusions of your own making forever.
That voice... It's... on your right! Watch out for the shot.
I hit that button.
Let's get
But
serious.
what the fuck? That'd be annoying.
What's your left?
My attack doesn't work.
How did a tiny cube? Here's our chance. Attack!
Now you'll see what a tiny human can do.
You implying something?
It's not dangerous, but it's annoying to deal with. Is this your original power?
Ah, this is just a cheap fake.
But his power is stronger than yours right now.
Curse that podcast. Don't just stand there. Incoming attack.
Let's try this.
Behold my great power.
It's not over yet. Watching yourself get beaten up doesn't feel good, right?
You still have time to think about that.
Stay focused. It's just an imposter.
My true dragon form is far more powerful than this.
The energy is gathering.
It's not over yet!
This is the power that the Empire covets.
If it were me, you wouldn't stand a chance. What's your front?
It's not over yet.
Please. Come on, Arita.
The ground is shaking. Let's try this.
This must be... Time to flex my muscles! It's not over yet!
So this is the power that the Empire covets.
If it were me, you wouldn't stand a chance!
Right now!
Right here, right now! Watch and learn, kid! Behold this power! Smart move!
That was close.
There it is. I think he's gonna die now, if I remember correctly.
Let's do this together.
Oh no, we'll move on. Sorry, that's the one that drops past that. I gotta be careful. Oh, it's gonna shake this shit.
This one is no joke! Take cover, now! Serves you right. That's what will happen if you don't listen to me.
Ouch. That hurts.
Now remember to follow my instructions next time. It's not over yet!
So this is the power that the Empire covets.
If it were me, you wouldn't stand a chance.
Lend me your strength.
No, I forgot to dodge. Hit circle. I would have survived if I hit circle. This was only fire. I was closer. I hit skip again and over and over again. It was all this fucking yada 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 yada. Fight. Let's try this one more time.
What is this creature? It's the same as you.
See, the circle looked to save me. It was only fire. I was pretty good at dodging that.
Good job on that block. Don't just stand there. Incoming attack.
Oh man, did not work.
How could a tiny human possibly damage a mighty dragon?
Don't count me out, Dragon.
It's just a cheapish monster. I will show you what a real here's our chance. Attack!
Now you'll see what a tiny human can do.
You implied something. Ha! Now it's my turn! Watch your front!
It's not dangerous. It's annoying to deal with. Is this your original power?
This is just a cheap fake!
His power is stronger than yours right now.
Curse high castle!
That was close.
How about this?
Oh, I missed. God damn. What a waste.
Doesn't look good.
And that was a direct hit of death. I was thinking I could dodge that, or block that, or shoot it. Hell no. Apparently not. Try this fucking thing again. Blockity block. All these fucking weird combos.
I will not let you through! Never! How dare it take my
Awesome.
The hubris!
What is this creature? Is it the same as you?
Your feeble mind will be trapped within illusions of your own making forever! That voice... It's... Watch out for the shockwave!
My attack doesn't work.
How could a tiny human possibly damage a mighty dragon?
Don't count me out, Dragon.
It's just a cheap imposter. I will show you what a real dragon can do. Break its energy shield. On your right.
Almost forgot to hit circle, which would have cost me a lot.
Good job on that one. Right here, here's our chance. Attack!
Now you'll see what a tiny human can do.
You implied something.
It's not dangerous. It's annoying to deal with. Is this your original power?
This is just a cheap fake.
But his power is stronger than yours right now.
Curse that high castle. Watch your front!
That was close.
Time to flex my muscles!
Watching yourself get beaten up doesn't feel good, right?
You still have time to think about that. Stay focused. It's just an imposter. My true dragon form is far more powerful than this.
I save those, that comes in handy.
The energy is gathering. It's not over yet.
So this is the power that the Empire covets.
If it were me, you wouldn't stand a chance. Good job on that block. Let's get serious.
Let's try this.
Don't just stand there. Incoming attack! You're going down!
Lend me your strength. Come on, Arena.
Behold my great power!
Oh,
the shade.
I forgot about this, and this is also a one-hit kill. I'm not careful.
It's not over yet.
This must be. It's not over yet!
So this is the power that the Empire covets.
If it were me, you wouldn't stand a chance. Let's get serious. Show you what I'm made of! Behold this power! Ah! Now it's my turn!
Okay. So there's gonna be a one-hit kill at one of these points. I can't remember which one it is. That might be two.
This one is no joke! Take cover, now! Perhaps you're right. That's what will happen if you don't listen to me.
Ouch. That hurts.
Well, remember to follow my instructions next time.
Time to get serious.
Smart move.
Help me, Arena.
Right here, right now!
Please. Come on, Arena.
One more hit. One more time.
It's not over yet!
So this is the power that the Empire...
Oh man! I hit the wrong fucking button. I should have healed myself. God damn it. That time I was even closer than last. So which means I gotta like win it next time, right? That's what it means. Or I go backwards. If I don't win next time. And I will be going to the Game Awards, by the way. Unless there's like a horrible storm or something happens.
How dare
That
you
presents.
my blood?
What is this creature? Is it the same as you?
Your feeble mind will be trapped within illusions of your own making forever. That force. It's...
On your right!
My attack doesn't work.
How could a tiny human possibly damage a mighty dragon?
Don't count me out, Dragon.
It's just a cheap imposter. I will show you what a real dragon can do. Break its energy shield. Don't just stand there. Incoming attack.
Come on, why that? I already got them all. Bring back that son.
You're going down. Here's our chance. Attack.
Now you'll see what a tiny human can do.
Are you implying something?
It's not dangerous, but it's annoying to deal with. It's the original power.
Ah, this is just a cheap fake.
But its power is stronger than yours right now.
Curse that high castle. What's your name? Behold my great power!
God damn it.
Watch out for the shockwave!
Watching yourself get beaten up doesn't feel good, right?
You still have time to think about that.
Stay focused!
It's just an imposter. My true dragon form is far more powerful than this.
See this.
The ground is shaking.
This must be...
The energy is gathering! It's not over yet!
So this is the power that the Empire covets.
If it were me, you wouldn't stand a chance. Good job on that block. Behold this power. Watch and learn, kid. Watch your front!
That was close.
God damn it. That was close. Ow. My nose.
Right here, right now!
Help me, Edisa. Let's do this together.
I should have wasted that. Now I'm gonna do this big.
This one is no joke! Take cover now!
Perhaps you're right. That's what will happen if you don't listen to me.
Yeah, I'm fucking. That blast is fucking nuts. It's horrible.
I will not let you through! Never! How dare it take my blood! The shapeless!
What is this creature? Is it the same as you?
Your feeble mind trapped within illusions of your own making forever! That voice... it's... Don't just stand there! Incoming attack!
My attack doesn't work.
How could a tiny human possibly damage a mighty dragon?
Don't count me out, Dragon.
It's just a cheap imposter. I will show you what a real dragon can do. Break its energy shield. Here's our chance. Attack!
Now you'll see what a tiny human can do.
Are you implying something?
Come on, Arena.
So if we don't use that, it'll take 2 hits to kill this guy. Or not more than 2 hits to kill 1 bar. If you hit that 1 move, it will take 2 hits. If you don't,
Help me, Arena.
On your right!
It's not dangerous. It's annoying to deal with. Is this your original power?
This is just a cheap
fake.
But his power is stronger than yours right now.
Curse that icon.
Watching yourself get beaten up doesn't feel good, right?
You still have time to think about that. Stay focused. It's just an imposter. My true dragon form is far more powerful than this.
Yeah, shake the floor.
The ground is shaking.
This must be... The energy is gathering! It's not over yet!
So this is the power that the Empire covets.
If it were me, you wouldn't stand a chance.
God damn it, this fire. Fucked up big time.
Smart move.
Not really. Please.
Watch out for the shockwave!
Let's go all out.
Right here, right now! How about this?
Come on, Arena.
Send him under. Taking like 4 hits.
Watch!
I got a fucking itch my eye, but I hit you some.
Run! It's not over yet!
This is the power that the Empire covets.
If it were me, you wouldn't stand a chance. I'll show you what I'm made of!
Please.
Watch and learn, kid!
2 more times of that, I think. Of that pattern. 2 or hopefully 2, but maybe 3. But now I gotta dodge this supernova, which I'm not ready for.
It's not over yet.
This one is no joke! Take cover now! Serves you right. That's what will happen if you don't listen to me.
Ouch. That hurts.
Now remember to follow my instructions next time. Time to flex my muscles. get serious.
I wasted that health, you see that? I hit twice accidentally. That was really fucking dumb of me. Come on, I can't get to those fingers. Fuck me. There we go. This ain't gonna do it though, unfortunately.
Lend me your strength.
Ah, now it's my turn.
One more. This is the closest. I can't die, and I wasted one health by double hitting it.
It's not over yet.
So this is the power the vampire covets.
If it were me, you wouldn't stand a chance. What's your name?
That just saved me by hitting that in time.
That was close.
Show you
Yeah, I beat him.
Please.
Ancient Guardian. That was actually kind of tricky. Damn, my eyeball. What the fuck? You hate that? Fucking bitch comes out of nowhere. In my fucking eyeball of all places. Go ahead.
You've seen through the Phantom and faced
Loki?
your heart. Impressive. Master Arena, I never expected to see you again. It surely has been a long time.
It's been many years, but we have no time to waste. I have to see Solaria now.
Of course. Her Majesty must be overjoyed to see a friend after guarding the seal for 1,000 years alone. But what business do...
The seal's weakening. Aramon's consciousness is breaking free.
But that's impossible. His consciousness has been sealed away in the life nexus for millennia, guarded by Her Majesty Solaria herself.
Solaria is only mortal. The seal might have cracked a long time ago, and maybe Aramon could sense it. He has been controlling the Voidrax that escape the seal to seize human souls in preparation to completely break the seal.
The Voidrax returning to the world.
That's right. And they've taken many human souls.
Might I inquire as to your name?
Kaiser. The Voidrax took my sister's soul too.
Then truly we have no time to waste.
Yes. We need to stop them and recover the lost souls.
All right. Her Majesty Solaria is in the hall. Go now.
Interesting. We get to go over there, but maybe there is a secret chest or something that I might have give time to look for, but Now that I think about it, I give up already for one.
Ninhursag, is that really you?
The four lords in Liana told me of your arrival. I couldn't believe such a tale. But then I heard you call a name that only you would use. Ninhursag. 1,000 years. It's been so long, Arena.
Wait, I think I activated this now. Or not. Well, I guess not. I don't know how it works. Man, these trees could fucking... I don't know if they're accurate or not, but if they are, they could really make some difference. Gameplay, I'll be right back. While I'm up, I guess I'll throw my camera up temporarily, so you can see the darkness of my temporary room. I don't know if you've ever rented a part of a place, but there's people that do that. I didn't know that until I was whatever old I was in 2020 when I found that out. 30. My math was horrible. It was actually, I was either 27 or 28. 2030. 2020. Wow. Fucking English. 2020. 2030. I will turn 38. I'll be an old uncle. Hey buddy, what's up? How's it going? Come in to say hello. Is my window the only window open? There is Windows. How much you love the Windows. Let's use them before winter comes in fall. If the rumors are to be trusted, New York winter is supposed to start in fall. But we'll see how accurate that is. They're not the best fortune tellers all the time. Dying here. So, this here, everybody seems to like this. I like this. I also like the other one. But diet. I tried to drink this in non-diet, and I thought it tasted disgusting. You know why I like Dr. Pepper? Because it unifies. It's a Coca-Cola and a Pepsi alliance. Coca-Cola and Pepsi have joint custody here over Dr. Pepper. Shows you who you are. That you are a you're not just a single platform gamer, you're a multi-platform gamer to drink Dr. Pepper. Only a multi-platform drinks Dr. Pepper. I mean, that's not actually accurate information, but none of that last bit. It's just sounds like something someone would say for marketing tactics to try to get people to play more games and drink more Dr. Pepper. You know, like that Talladega Nights movie that's watched like at least once a year by some people. You know, if you don't chew Big Red, then fuck you. Oh man, I was fucking shit back then. It's like I'm all jacked up, and it's like I'm Mountain Dew. Stepbrother had some good ones as well. Some good sayings back in the day. You say hello to the camera? He's looking at it. That's interesting. What do you think? Up close? I don't know if it'll bend that way. It's looking at. I don't even know what the fuck it's looking at right now. I can't see it. What's up, buddy? It's President Washington. President Curious Washington. Right? Curious George Washington. I didn't name him. But he has history in the past when he was a kid. He's not as curious as he once was. How old are you? 100? 15? Getting old. I don't know what number you are, but you are getting up there in numbers.
So, where to next? What did my mother tell you? Let's get a record of this.
I'll see you around, your mother.
I run past and see if there's a secret chest. Or will it won't let me.
Liana told me the purpose of your visit. If the Voidraks are indeed
I guess I could just set those off.
they could only have stored them within soul crystal fragments.
Just as
The title of the next stream is going to be
As the soul crystal
Lost Soul Side.
Paramount grows in strength, which
The
is
spy
hastening
sound.
Seal's breakdown, and will ultimately lead to his return.
Let us fight side by side once more, Edisa.
My work is here, maintaining the seal. If the seal breaks... Besides, you have a new partner now. You and Kaiser are now truly interwoven. Thus, he is the only one who can enter the alternate dimensions.
Alternate dimensions? I don't understand.
We created a special dimension to bind Voidraks and to maintain his prison. It's powered by soul crystal fragments.
Hey, buddy.
You need to enter it
Enter
and
the
retrieve the soul crystal fragments to prevent Paramount from devouring human souls.
Only you,
Sorry,
merged
I'm
with
just
the Reader's essence, can enter the alternate dimension. Not a small challenge case, not trivial at all.
Love the hate.
I can't do this.
Once I fought side by side with Arena, just like you.
But don't let
Do you
the
still remember fight Arena?
I never
get away
forgot
with
it.
shit.
And yet, you are as weak as a candle flickering in the
I
wind.
think that
Allow me
is a way to look at
return
things,
some
but
power.
if you're not careful, it could be a very dangerous mindset. Which tells a lot about someone if they accomplish the influence to actually follow out justice while being that they are an intelligent person, is what it basically says. They're smart. Final Fantasy time. What trophies do I have? 7 hours or something. All hidden. I haven't even finished chapter 1. Wow. Holy shit. And there's like multiple parts. Like, how does this work? Like, chapter 2 has 3 parts. Chapter 3 has 2 parts. Chapter 4 has wow, chapter 4 just keeps going. 4 parts. It must be the end. It must be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 chapters. Well, 10 things. But that doesn't count the 3 tutorials. Right? So there's like 13 sections. And this one was kind of long. Or I just made it long. That's probably what it was. I made it longer than it actually is. I bet that's probably what it was. Yes, complete tutorial to receive reward. New ability gained from combat. I could take an award. I feel like I'm gonna have to go to sleep or something at some point. I have a sleeping disorder or something because right now my head is fucking feeling like it wants to crawl in a coffin for I don't know, like at least 8 hours. Press a triangle while airborne launch aerial attack. While airborne.
Look there!
It pays to do tutorials. At least in this game. It gives you some things. I don't know if they're any good. Anybody? I'm just saying hello. I almost went to,
Your Majesty.
Your Majesty,
I have so
many questions about the Life Nexus.
Rad John and Rad Mark. When I was in Florida earlier, but GPS said I was there, but I could not find it. Like, I was so ignorant. I was fried. I came from the beach. The beach. I was sunburned that was causing my paleness to shed like a snake for over a week. Like, a long time shedding. I'm no longer shedding, but I was for a while. It caused me to burn up and start to shed. But I wanted to go check out that gaming store and check out their arcade bar. To be honest, I put the GPS, the rad junk. I didn't find it. And they're supposed to be nearby. I think I found the hotel. Because there's like several hotels in that area that I had to use for like turnarounds. Because I remember getting lost in Florida. And I couldn't, I don't know. To me, it was the traffic in the area, that area was just like best traffic, mountain time traffic. There ain't no traffic in mountain time states, through my experience. Unless you start to go towards Utah or the Utah and Nevada area, that's where everyone is going to one place, and that is Las Vegas. That traffic is awful. Can be. From Utah, I think it's worse than the Nevada. Because when you take that road, I think the way it wraps around like mountain cliff sides with so many cars on the road with you, it's not just difficult to see around those corners, but it's also difficult to maneuver around every single one. That, yeah, I don't know. It could be a pain. It's okay. I drove, which feels like a crazy thing to do. I did.
Of course. Let me try to explain. The life nexus is the power source of all life on this planet. From insects to humans,
One day I
life
said I'll
relies on its nourishment to be born,
I'm not ready.
die, and
I'm ready,
reincarnate in the cycle.
but my vehicle.
Reincarnate?
Does that mean...
Just
Make
sure you are fully prepared before you head to battle in the alternate dimension. The life nexus not only nourishes life, but also allows the return of all souls. The souls lost in the alternate dimensions may return to their place with the power of the life nexus.
The return of all
Return of all
souls.
souls.
So it's possible that I can save Louisa with it.
It is because of the power of the Nexus that I created the alternate dimensions in the Soul Crystals, sealing Aramon with the power of life, and where he could never reach the Nexus. Alas, our human capabilities have their limits. After 1,000 years, Aramon seems to have found a way to break free. Just make sure you are fully prepared before you head to battle in the alternate dimension. Irina, Lord Goldenlion has told me you were imprisoned for millennia. What happened?
In her sec, you really know nothing of what happened after that.
During the Battle of Mount Salvation, you were gravely wounded and at the brink of death. I commanded High Castle to carry you down the mountain to cure the wound. But neither of you ever returned. I thought you had died and he was too ashamed to return to Mount Salvation.
You were wrong to trust him, Ninhursag.
Like, I want me.
And power hungry.
I don't know what the hell you're doing.
While I was weakened, he imprisoned me and then began experimenting on me for nearly 1,000 years. He used my powers to build his Celestia empire.
My decision was to remain at Mount Salvation to maintain the seal, and to cut myself off from the outside world. It seems that was a grave mistake.
While I was imprisoned, I started to doubt you. I thought that you were in league with him. Thankfully, I am happy to be wrong.
Irina, it was my fault that you...
Sorry, didn't mean to hit the desk.
Now I shall find High Castle and Aramon and set the scores.
Just make sure you are fully prepared before you head to battle in the alternate.
Nice talk.
What can I do for you? You want to know more about soul crystals?
Exactly. So, what is a soul crystal?
Maintaining the seal against a substantial amount of void drags requires an immense level of power. As you can see, sealing Aramon alone has made it impossible for Her Majesty Solaria or us to leave this place. Her Majesty used the Soul Crystal, a vessel for Void Drag's energy, to create an alternate dimension for sealing away the Void Drags.
And that energy actually comes from me, Lord Arena.
After sealing the energy from Aramon into alternate dimensions, Her Majesty was worried the excess energy might break the seal. She then expanded the dimension into 5 parts, split the soul crystal into 5 fragments, and spread them throughout the world.
I think I'm gonna call it night, and we could save this portal for tomorrow.
Their locations will require some very clever deduction. What do you want?
I guess nothing. I'm asleep.
Go for it.
And,
What did my mother tell you?
yeah, I'm not gonna say that. Preparation?
Give you all the details. Want to
Save?
record your story?
You wanna record your story?
Quite the epic adventure indeed.
September 23rd. I actually think I get Silent Hill today. Is it September 23rd? I think I get it today. Access to play it on Xbox. So I will return to stream this at least for a 5th time. I'm not gonna promise a 6th, and then end up a liar, but I will promise a 5th time. Alright. My aggressiveness is going further into hibernation mode, into the warm and cozy zone.
and save this magical horror story. Hero horrors.
Stunning.
Some spells. Just cool. But yeah. God bless. But be vigilant. Don't let things steal your brain unless you're evil, and your brain needs to be stolen because you're evil. That's it. Okay. Peace out.